What's good, everybody? Jester here. I'm late. I'm like 2 hours late today. Let's just say we've had some gastral distress today. Yeah, I wasn't even sure I was going to get to go live, but I'm really trying to stay on the timeline of keeping this, per weekend. And this weekend, we need to get this finish up. So I didn't want to do a weeknight stream because that's usually the time when I'm trying to edit. So I'm going to go ahead and load in on the long dark here. Let's just see what it wants to do. Just does its own thing with these screen caps, and I hate it. But yeah, I apologize. I know some people were expecting 6 p.m. Couldn't make it happen today, but we're here now. And we're going to continue where we left off, which was at Mountaineer's Hut in Timberwolf Mountain. And yeah, we're gonna go, I think, straight to Gold Mine. We're gonna go to Foreman's Retreat, and then we're gonna get the F out of Ash. We're gonna summit, and then we're gonna go back to the community center. Let's go to here. Oh, I didn't set up the other thing. Oh well. All right, we're gonna resume from here. And there we are. We're not super duper tired, but we're a little tired. Quite a bit of fuel here. We'll pick up the tinder plug because that's always nice to have extra of. What's in the hole this time? Don't need a flashlight. Don't really need that. Don't really need that. Don't really need that. Okay. Not a whole lot here this time, really. There's the hacksaw, though. We'll need that. And then, yeah, I think we're good with everything else. So let's pass a little bit of time. Let's check out. Just make sure where we're at with our food and stuff. We're fine for now. We're not all that tired, so let's pass like 2 hours. And then we'll eat a little bit of the small stuff, we'll drink, and then we'll sleep as long as it'll let us. Like, let's have a little bit of that. Make sure to drop the can, too, because we do have a couple of cooking pots on us. And we'll sleep just as long as it'll let us now. My guess is about 9-10 hours. We had a very good start last night, and thank you to everybody that popped by last night. It was awesome seeing everybody in the live, and I know not everybody's going to be able to do that all the time. Let's look at this just real quickly. Yep, the other one's better. Let's drop that can too, because we just don't need it. All right, let's, you know what? Let's go ahead and summit. If the weather's okay. Remember, though, we do have one small issue, and that is we don't have a rifle. So we're going to have to try to avoid the bear. Summit's a little bit harder than getting to Ash. Maybe we should just go to Ash and get our carry weight, and then when we go to Summit, it won't be as difficult getting down. Which way is he going to turn? All right, he's going away from us, and we're downwind, or we're upwind from him, so he's probably going to smell us, because we are carrying meat. If that happens, we close the distance and get onto flat ground, and we just deal with him. Otherwise, we're going to make kind of a wide berth here, see if the bear is up, and then from there, we're going to try to get around him and get down into Ash Canyon. Let's go get the backpack and the woodworking tools, boys. It is a little chilly today. It's 2 arrows down. That's what I was thinking. Maybe Summit would be the right play because that's where we're going to go get a lot of really good stuff. But let's just hold up. That hacksaw wasn't very good. It was only like 34%. It's going to break pretty quickly. There should be another one up at summit. All right, I do not see the bear walking out. Let's close the gap this way a little bit. There's nothing guaranteeing this bear is even here for this run. Wait, there he is. All right, so he's up. Let's see if we can get around him and get out of here. Again, we're not really equipped for a bear just right now, but he's just over there. We did take a bear last night in our previous episode, so we've got some good meat and stuff, and we've already got a pelt and some guts curing for crafting purposes, more like furniture purposes. We're not going to be crafting any of the gear. It's very good gear, and I very much would use it in a long playthrough, but this isn't going to be a typical playthrough. So we're going to be just going with found clothing and try to keep it repaired using cloth. That's pretty much it. Oh, thanks, buddy. Sorry I'm late tonight. I was trying to explain I had some intestinal issues today that I wasn't sure I'd be able to sit still for long enough to go live, but it seems like everything's calmed down. All right, we're heading down here into the canyon to go over to Ash, and we're gonna go pick up the backpack, and we're gonna pick up the tools. But like I was saying before, it was really good seeing everybody kind of come in. I was looking at the numbers last night. We peaked at like 13 concurrent, which is so much bigger than we ever did on Twitch. Not everybody was a chatter or anything, but we peaked at 13 concurrent, which is a very promising sign for a return to YouTube stream. And I don't know if that was just the context of it being long dark, or if it was just a live stream that got recommended, or what, but there was a lot of people that popped in last night. And during the time frame, there was like 65 total viewers. You know, some said hi, some didn't, and that's totally fine. But I don't have a way to track that for YouTube. Actually, you know what I can do? 1 second, you're going to see the desktop for a second here. Okay, now I can see stuff. Okay, now I can see stuff. I put in a doc for YouTube, and I wasn't sure if it was going to work, but I had to select the stream first. I didn't do that before. And now I can see. I was hoping for an activity feed because there was a subscriber during the live stream last night, and I couldn't thank him. Because I didn't know who it was. The alert box is on some of the scenes, but not all. But it was very promising, and I'm thankful that people stopped by and spent a little bit of time with me. It was great. Someday the kingdom will be a thing. I mean, it's already a thing that we know about. Maybe by the end of this series... Maybe by the end of this series, we'll have made a name for ourselves as the kingdom. Yeah, that bear was... I went back and watched that today, too. He was like even another fraction of a step, and we were mauled. I don't know how we got the shot off. But we did. And we got bear meat and bear pelt out of it. And that's going to be what makes our bed when we get home. So maybe even by the end of tonight, we'll be able to pop through. Oh, fuck. That's the moose. We're not really ready for him. Let's see if we can sneak down and stay wide of him. We'll come back up here and maybe cut back to the right and see if there's a goat that we can get down. But this is like, we're not going to beat the moose with the pistol. We've got plenty of rounds to try it, but boy, oh boy, would that be dangerous. All right, I think we can goat this. Moose is way over there. Yeah, we're good here. We're good. We got plenty of clearance. Nice. you know, maybe we'll have time tonight to go and get some things cleaned up at the center, and maybe even get our bed built, because that bear pelt will be pretty close to cured by the time we're back. See, this reminds me, remember that moose was there, okay? Remember that moose was there. Because later down the road, if we find another moose at the bottom of the ropes that go up to gold mine, or the gold mine area, that means there is a double moose spawn. This has happened before to us, where there's been a double moose spawn in this region, and people didn't believe me. But it happened. I'm a very honest person. I wouldn't try to steal credit from people when I didn't earn it, but that happened to us. Much like the... Oh shit, that's a Timberwolf pack. We'll keep left here. We could probably take them pretty quickly, though, I would think. I'd rather do it on my terms. Now, we've got one more pretty good-sized barrier that we've got to get through for this region, and that is the bear that could be up going towards Foreman's Retreat. If he's there, I don't know how we're getting around him. I just don't know how we're getting around him. Because there's nowhere to hide in that area. And I think we successfully circumnavigated the wolves. We're not even in ammo conservation mode right now. It's just that if we don't have to, we don't need to. We did not bring the rifle, so that puts us at a disadvantage. We really can't take big animals right now. All right, let's get up and around here. We'll go to the fisherman's hut. I can't ever remember what it's called. Fishing something or other. Maybe they got tired of calling everything a hut. Mountaineer's hut. And that kind of shit. But it should just be the fishing hut. It ain't anything special. It's literally just a place to lay your head with a potbelly. And I think for the... I don't know, you guys tell me, for the next series that we do, which is, you know, beautifying a main base in each region, I think Foreman's Retreat might be the play there as being the best location to try to survive long term. It's a little bit difficult to get to, and it's not as central as, say, the fishing hut, but the benefit of even having a 2-burner versus a potbelly is massive. All right, so we are not going to be looking for the cache here in Ash Canyon right now. We will when we come back for all the ropes. But it's really a difficult thing to get to. That's my thing. Like, it's what I'm saying. There's some pretty big benefits to that being the location versus this being the location. We'd have to travel quite a ways to get, you know, for this spawn in particular, we'd have to go all the way back over there and then bring moose meat and stuff all the way back over here. So I think that's going to be a pass from me. We are warming up now, which is nice. Let's grab that soda. That's a new hatchet. We'll look at it, see if it's any better than one we've got. Mostly, we're just trying to get in and out of here. I'll take the cloth. Yeah, potbelly stove, not ideal. We're gonna go ahead and grab that. Since we are just a little bit low on food, we'll pick up any of those little kind of food stuffs you can grab here. There's an extra sewing kit for us. I don't really much care about that. There should be matches somewhere in here. They're usually right over here, but it doesn't matter. We've got plenty. There's another pry bar down there, which we don't need. No. Okay, we're okay. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. I think the play here is going to be Foreman's Retreat first, and then we'll head back down to Gold Mine, and then we'll get the fuck out of here. It's pretty simple. If it wasn't for needing the woodworking tools, I wouldn't care, but we need woodworking tools, and I'd prefer to get them here than I would at Bleak. Although, I'm not nearly as afraid of Bleak as I used to be. Really, I'm not afraid of any region like I used to be. And I'm going to be honest, I think doing a lot of the challenges and stuff where you're forced to kind of go around to the different locations and get through stuff, it really does make a difference in your map knowledge. We'll be up there before long. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel about it too. It's just a little out of the way, and okay, we're not auto walking. Just want to make sure before I went to the. I had a dream last night that we fell and died, and that was the end of the game. I'm like, shit. There's likely to be a wolf up here that we'll have to deal with before we get to our little cave that takes us where we got to go for everything else. The game, look, I'm not sure exactly what Fatali was speaking on last night. There were times when it got really dark that I could kind of see the pixelated thing in the video, but I think that's just the game and the recording of the game. Other than that, I thought it looked pretty good. Even in, 1920 by 1080, I thought it looked pretty good. You guys are gonna have to let me know though if it's bad quality of any kind. We don't want that. But I'm hoping I can have this all processed. Look at this. Oh, you motherfucker. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. We're gonna need to craft up some. They snuck him in on me, but I saw him, and it's such horse shit. No, it's not that. I keep doing that. It's that. They have taken so many liberties. Oh, hang on. We're not doing that. Options. That's not right. Accessibility. Auto walk on. Where do you turn that shit off now? I forgot. Visuals. Where did we get this? would have thought it would have been under... Because it's got us limping, and I fucking hate that. There's a way to turn that off. I can't remember where to turn it off at. We're limping because we have a sprained wrist. Oh, there's a sprained ankle as well. You know, I guess we could. Let's make a couple of bandages and take care of that. That'll take care of it. It's just a waste of cloth, but whatever. So, like, they really made him pop off on me. He bled me, infected me, sprained a wrist, sprained an ankle. Like, that's a pretty big affliction for one little wolf encounter. And they tried to sneak him on top of me. I saw him coming, shot him in the face. He was running off scared, and then he decided, no, I'm going to go ahead and attack you anyway. They really need to, how do I word this? Maybe refine it a little bit. Because there's the animal there, just, you know, dead, as he should be. We don't need nothing to do with him right now, so let's get out. Let's get up there and see if we can get around the potential bear. If the bear is up, I don't know what we're going to do. I honestly don't know. There is a way to goat up to get to that little homestead that's up there. You know what? I'm not even going to care about this. It takes too long to take clothes off and on. I'm sick of that stupid forced mechanic. It's silly. We'll just deal with it. We can always warm up and dry out down here if we want to. But this almost feels like a fuck you, I won't do what you told me moment. Game says, oh, you're going to have to do this now. And I'm like, fuck you. We'll do it our way. Get out of there, Bella Bear. I got her couch all suited to her today. We laid down up there for a minute. She came right up, was just laying with me. I'm like, this is much better than when we're like the bed. She becomes very in your face when it's bedtime. And she doesn't like it when you don't like it. She's very, very needy. She's high strung. It's the breed. That's what I get for wanting a challenge. And boy, has she been a challenge. Wouldn't trade her for the world, but she's been a challenge. That is for sure. Wow, got a dead deer here. And there should be the rope. Yep, and we're not heavy, so... Is there any deer meat? Nah, not really. Nothing to write home about. Let's just grab the coal. Okay, tell you what. Let's go ahead and do what we were going to do there, which is start a fire. And we'll warm up, dry off. Because we're almost out of the cave now. We've made good time. We'll go ahead and take the half-kilo steak, I guess. Why not? We'll look at our water, see if we need any of that. I don't think we do. Yeah, we certainly don't. But we are a little hungry, so why don't we go ahead and cook us up some tomato soup too? We'll have a little half steak and a tomato soup meal. We'll get warmed up, hopefully dried off a little bit here. We're wet, but we're not like frozen or nothing. This is fine. Again, I'm not completely sure how we're going to get around that bear if he's up. Maybe the game will be good to us. The last couple times we've come through here, he wasn't up. You know, funny story from last night when Barniso popped in, and then the girl that was saying she wanted to... I didn't realize it at first. I did a little bit afterwards. But the girl that was like, I want to see the bear, and she said something about the model. That's his girlfriend. I actually introduced them to each other. They've been together for a while now. Sometimes you just know when two people are pretty compatible. And based on her sense of humor and his sense of humor and the type of people, I figured... I hadn't known her as long as I've known him, but the type of person that she struck me as was very similar to the type of person he is. And I just thought they'd get along really good. And it turns out they do get along pretty darn well. It's good to see, man. All right, we'll eat this, then we'll climb, and we'll get the F out of here. It's only a half steak, but that's all right. All right, let's get out of here. Oh, you son of a bitch. What time of day is it? We're only about halfway through the day. We can make gold mine by evening. But we gotta hustle. We gotta hustle. Right, off we go. Now, I know there's another little thing down here, but I don't remember what it is. It's a dead end. But I've never really explored back here too heavy. So it's just another overlook for our fire there. All right, not really a score, but we'll pick that stuff up. All right, let's go. Yeah, it's really weird. I can always tell when two people will be compatible. Like I mean, and I don't mean that in a physical sense. It's just like people that would get along. But I've never been able to do that for me in my relationships. Then again, I have a certain type that I like. And they're probably not going to end up being long-term relationships. All right. Here comes the test, boys. Is the bear up? Are we going to have to deal with the bear? Part 1. Even though it's snowing and we're a little bit damp, we're still warm here. Because we got the warming up bonus. We took a little damage from that wolf, man. He kind of beat our ass a little bit. And of all the regions, I think the one that I was most intimidated by was probably this one. And after playing in it for a while, like it really isn't that hard to navigate Ash Canyon. well, let's... Are you doing some of that reverse psychology that you've been known to do sometimes? As long as he stays away from us, I don't care that he's around. I just don't want him directly in our way. That sets us back a little bit. Our goal is to get the woodworking tools and GTFO. We might go up and get the ranger stew or whatever. There's a wolf. Is this the bear they call Boris? We're gonna have to deal with these wolves. At least one of them. And it's not even on even ground, so I'm not happy about that. I don't see the bear. That doesn't mean he couldn't be right around this corner. But I don't think he is, because you would see the wolves panicking. Let's go down over here. All right, get into crouching position. They keep saying we're missing. We're not missing. Such horse shit. All right, the woodworking tools are right here. We've got those now. Let's pick that up. We might as well go up the hill real quick and look. Okay, so last time we came through here and those were cut down. They're cut down this time as well. That's interesting. All right, he's got a height advantage on us. My mouse is sticking again. They're saying we missed again. Nope, there's blood. Okay, he's hit. Was that blood? It doesn't really matter. Let's just get up to the cabin. Okay, our shooting's a little off tonight. Don't want to waste all our fucking ammo on that stupid wolf that they just keep registering a hit on. Swore I saw something down there. Probably nothing super interesting in here, but pardon me, it gives us a place to hide. And the recipe doesn't look like it's going to be obvious. It'll probably be on the ground, like right there, but we'll deal with that later. I'm not going to break shit down right now. We don't need any of those things. I am going to take this, though, because I think we're probably pretty low on cloth. Probably ought to get a couple of bandages ready. But other than that, I think we're ready to head off to Gold Mine, boys. We got plenty of daylight here. Let's just try to get back around the corner and through the bear cave and get to Gold Mine. And then it's a whole nother issue getting out. So we'll probably end up walking around back to Mountaineers, do some drop-off work. All right, I think that wolf is going after a bunny. And that's fine by us. Keep our eye out for that bear, just in case they want to get cheeky and spawn in behind us or something. we're not cold, so we're traveling at the right time of day. Son of a bitch. Where is he? Let's walk the dog a little bit, get him down here on our terms. There he is. It's the same wolf that keeps fucking with us. He takes one in the face back there and just says, I'm chugging, bro. He doesn't even think for a second, maybe I shouldn't do this. Like, they changed the wildlife mechanics. Completely changed them. Particularly the wolves. They will just shrug off a shot and get into a struggle with you regardless now. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. But if you hit a wolf before, they would flee. And now they've got it to where it's like, nah, bro, I'm chugging 200 miles ahead, 200 miles an hour ahead right at you. All right, it looks like we're going to be okay here. Our pain is now healed, which means the edges of our screen are finally back to normal. And it looks like we're going to get away with this, boys. We got the woodworking tools. That was important. And now it's just a slog to get up to Gold Mine, and then we'll goat down. We'll check a couple of things out there. We'll probably spend the night at Gold Mine, and then we'll pick up the backpack. We'll have some extra carry weight. We'll sort our inventory, and let's go to Timberwolf. Let's go summit. In some respects, the early portions of the game are so much more fun than late gameplay, at least in my opinion. Because you're seeing everything for the first time, you've got stuff to go do. You know, like coming back to Ash Canyon after you visit Gold Mine, like what's the point really? Other than to explore it fully, which, and in our case, to grab the ropes. But again, that's not what normal people do. Now, we're going to see if this rope is up here again, and if it is, we are probably going to pick it up. And it looks like there's the rope. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, this will be the first rope in the Ropes of the Long Dark playthrough. Lord help us all. This will be the first one to make it back to Community Center, because we just don't need it. It's just not necessary. The weather's not getting too awful bad. It's still pretty clear, but it's been snowing all day, so we're going to be wet. We may stop for lunch here. Let's just go ahead and, yeah, let's plow through some of this found food. We'll save the meat for the last possible minute. You know, surprisingly, sardines are pretty good. Weight to calorie ratio. Oh, motherfucker. All right, well, we're going to have to deal with that too. We got the poopies, like me earlier. Whatever. It's whatever. We'll be sleeping at Gold Mine. It's not going to affect us that badly. Birch, bunnies, and maple. I'm not saying that Ash Canyon doesn't have some very good stuff. It does, you know, and there's some very important things here, but for the most part, I don't know. Early game is just so much more invigorating and exciting than late game is. There's that bridge that we were looking at from way down below over there. We've made it to it. And again, when you guys are walking on this, I highly recommend you try to find the median. Oh God, the median on the swing, and don't try to go back and forth too much. You just get yourself a little bit. Oh, you're kidding me. Okay, why does it do that? Those rope bridges they feel perilous, but honestly, they're fairly safe. There you can see where we just were. That's the Foreman's Retreat up there on the hill. And there's a dead wolf over there that should have just minded his own business. We're going up. We are extremely heavy. We are carrying our first rope. Some of that will be alleviated when we grab the backpack. It's possible we could find one of the custom bows. We're not really in a position to care about that too much right now, but we could find when we get down to Gold Mine. I'm not going to look too hard at the other spots. Right now we got food poisoning. We're already taking a hit. Let's just get down where we need to go. And we'll catch some sleep. We'll sleep food poisoning off. Oh, actually, it's antibiotics, right? Yeah, let's use that. And now it's just time. Let's get up here to the next rope bridge. Kind of on a side note, I made one of Mom's favorite or famous recipes today, and one of her favorite recipes, tuna noodle casserole. It's just so simple. When I was a kid, I used to think Mom was the best cook in the world, and her food was second to none, and I still kind of believe part of that. But most of her stuff was extremely simple. She kept it really, really simple. And the only thing you got to do it justice is make sure it stays juicy enough. See, that felt like the bow. That's shaped just like the bow. That's rude. Now let's try to find our center line here again. Maybe we can do a little better than the last one. But the idea is to just not move the mouse much at all. The middle is obviously where you're going to get the big swings from left to right. They did a really good job with the sound design on it because it sounds rickety as hell. There's a bunch of matches. There's always a lot of matches in Ash Canyon. And most of them are right at the ends of bridges. I don't know why. Let's drink a soda, or I'm sorry, drink some water. We're going to continue to try to lighten up a little bit, but we're not going to get light here just because of the... Well, there's another view of Foreman's right over there. Cool. I didn't realize you could see it from here. Up we go. Heavy and exhausted. I'll check back over here, but I don't think. The problem is I don't remember the exact spawns for the bow because I don't really care about the bow. We found everything in our main playthrough, and that was just because of sheer perseverance, really. Just going everywhere, doing everything. And I really wonder if I can even call that my main save anymore, because it's not. We can't get back everywhere. Like, maybe we just need to start a survival playthrough. I'm not going to have time for that, considering this is going to be eating up a lot of my time. You know, we might stream for 10, 12 hours, maybe longer on a weekend, most weekends, to try to get stuff done. And then I got the week to go through that footage and try to get a video out. And the videos may come out every other week. I don't know. We'll see. The VODs will be available from day one. But not everybody's got 7 hours to sit down and watch a stream VOD. So I want to make, you know, more zippy type videos with it. And we could have just done videos and not worried about the VODs. I could have just done this off stream, but what fun is that, you know? Doing it on stream proves that it's very real. Nobody can come in and say, hey, you didn't get 72. Or you didn't get 73. We didn't see this one. Nobody can say that to me. Everybody that wants to can go in and check every rope that we get. This will be documented. Okay, I think we're extra slow because they're considering this a cave. Yeah. We're slow, but it wasn't that bad. All right, let's go down. Because we've basically arrived at Gold Mine now. We're at the top of Gold Mine. By morning, we'll probably be close to light. Water in me here. Oh, it's just Country Time lemonade, very diluted, but it's so good. I don't think there's much of anything for us in there, just some shelter if we needed it, which we don't right now. Let's goaty goat. I don't think this is a bow location, but we'll go up here and look. There is one down below. We'll have to go over there and look as well. And the real question is, do we even pick it up? Because do we need it? The answer is no. We've got our rifle back at home. We've got our pistol on us. Probably need to clean the pistol at some point because we've been firing some rounds now. Let's come over here to the good goat spot. And we'll probably crouch it out here because I don't feel like spraining more ankles. I was like, hang on, what am I doing? We're going over here. That's not it. Where is it? Is it over here? Uh-oh. Let's crouch it. Yeah, we're in the right spot. Okay, I thought we were goating in the wrong place. But we're not. There's certainly no way you get back up here. We could have deployed the rope and then climbed out, but... Oh, you... Unbelievable. Just always something. Alright, so let's go over to that little island. I don't see any birds, though, so I don't think there's a dead guy over there. Usually I think there's a dead guy if the bow is going to spawn, but it could be there. And maybe there is a dead guy and the birds just aren't there. Who knows? My God, we have passed a lot of birch and a lot of maple. Just a lot. We'll look at this and then we'll go into gold mine and we'll go get our treasure. I don't think there's anything over here this time, and that's fine. We don't really care about it, but we're gonna come look since we're here. Oh, see, there is a dead guy. There's no bow. And there was no birds either. But we'll take a couple of free rifle rounds. Oh, yes, we will. All right, to the gold mine. Let's go get that final piece of our weight puzzle, which is going to be the technical backpack. Like I said, we're going to try to zoom through as much as we can tonight. I want to be in a spot where maybe what we do in the next week episode is we come in, we clean it up, and maybe we do some crafting. We get our bed set up because the bear hide should be, good by then. And then we head out to far territories. We pick up the camera. We pick up the radio or the EMF, or it's not EMF, but the whatever they call that AV detector, so we can find the signal bunkers. Signal void bunkers. And yeah, I mean, and then we're gonna go and we're gonna try to complete the tails. We're not gonna do a whole lot of trading, I don't think, but we're gonna go and try to do Sutherland stuff, because again, he may send us anywhere, and if we're cut off from that region, we can't do it later. I'm not really interested in this run and doing trading, but we need to kind of keep that side of the tails in mind. And I don't really care about doing the other tails either, but we probably will. But we probably will end up doing them. We're certainly going to do the signal void, because I don't think there's ropes in those bunkers, but there could be. To the mine. And we're not going to care so much about our feet getting wet here, because we're going to sleep in the cave for the night. We're exhausted, and it's just about 12 hours sleep. So let's go loot and sleep, and then we'll GTFO. Don't need it right now. And honestly, we're probably never coming back here, so we probably ought to take things like that for the moment, because we're likely never coming back here. We might end up coming back, but it won't be for anything but to pass through it and go get the ropes. And even then, I don't think we have to do that. Now, I wanted to show you guys something too of why this is, number one, stupid that our feet are getting wet. Because we're wearing rubberized boots. And they're in really good condition. Our feet shouldn't be getting wet. If we were wearing running shoes or something, I can't make that argument. But these are the insulated, rubberized boots. We should not be getting feet wet here. Again, small detail stuff, but it is what it is. Getting a lot more coal than we can really hope to carry, but that's all right. It's a good problem to have. We've only got to negotiate. No, actually, we don't have to negotiate any ropes on the way out, so we can just kind of hop down from the rope, one rope that we do have to negotiate. All right, through the water again. And as silly as it is, we're going to keep getting frozen feet. I mean, even mucklucks would be, I think with the leather on those, it would be waterproof. I guess it would depend on how they were made and whether the tongue has, is water catchable or, but I know leather is for the most part waterproof. If maybe not completely waterproof, but it's a pretty good thing to have if you're going to be in a wet environment. All right, our stuff's going to be to the left there. We're just going to look around for a second. There's a hunting knife. 2 more rifle rounds. We'll take them. I'm just going to scoot around that edge. Is there anything there? No. Okay. Off we go. Don't need the hunting knife. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gold Mine. And what do we have for our bonus item here? A military coat. And it's in really good condition. It's a very heavy item, however. And then, of course, we've got the crampons. That'll help us a lot with our climbing endeavors. We'll look at those. Don't need the accelerant. Let's go ahead and start a fire. We'll just use a stick. It's a higher percentage chance. Now we can add, because we've surely got, yeah. Just do a quick little fire. We'll warm up, dry out. We can put that away now. Stop wasting fuel. We don't really even need to cook anything. Do we even have anything to cook? Not really. Just some coffee, and we don't need that. So let's try to get 12 hours sleep. I don't know why we started the fire at that point, but whatever. So let's... Oh, we can... let's drop... that. We're still going to be heavy. Yeah, well, I mean, we're still just going to be heavy. We might drop the reclaimed wood. That military coat is intriguing. Because this is basically the same as that parka. This is lighter and more effective than the pea coat. Do we take the pea coat off? I mean, the military coat's in better shape. Let's wear that. I feel like we should probably store that pea coat for backup gear. I'd hate to need it and not have it down the road somewhere, you know? Because there's a good chance we need some backup gear at some point. Well, that wolf attack didn't do hardly shit to our gear, but it almost destroyed us in just how much it hurt. All right, so we still got our afflictions here. We got food poisoning. Everything should be done by morning. We've taken our antibiotics. Let's we'll finish that up. It kind of doesn't matter if we get food poisoning again. I've never fully tested that theory, but I don't think they can double you up on food poisoning. Maybe they can. Well, let's do one soda. And then we'll finish it off with just a swig of water. Let's drop the cans. Let's refuel, and then we'll drop the jerry can too. Just wait. We're just weight managing. We did pick up a second good hacksaw someplace. That's nice. All right. That's about as good as we're going to get for now. Let's sleep. Let's get our condition back. We may not get full condition back just because we had that affliction. And we didn't. And we did not. "12 days. I feel like a lot of that was spent on HRV. Like, we zoomed through everywhere else, but HRV was a long one. All right, let's go. And we can't get out the front door, so we got to go this way. But there's going to be a rope we have to climb to get back out the way we want to get out. Or else we could down climb 2 ropes and come around the long way. Down climbing 2 ropes won't be a problem. Actually, it will, because we are heavy. But we're going to have to get underweight somehow. And that's 5 kilos worth of stuff. We could start there. Backup hat. We need to wear those if we're going to be carrying them, so let's put those on. That'll help us with climbing. The problem is we can't really drop a lot of stuff. Probably should have gone back and got that hunting knife, because that one's at only 48%. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to dump weight. There's a little something. There's a very little something. We certainly don't want to dump the coal. We don't have any duplicates there. We're not carrying anything that we don't have a purpose for anyway. Food is really it. I guess when the time comes, we can drop some water. When the time comes, we'll just drop some water, and we'll cook more when we get down the hill. The down climb means we don't have to go back through water if we do the double down climb. An up climb means we do have to go back through some water. And we'll be wet coming out of there. I can't stop picking up coal. That's not very coal of me. Okay, never mind. Bad pun. Sorry. I think the safer of the 2 plays is the down climb. The double down. So many matches in Ash Canyon, it's ridiculous. that was done like an expert. See, now, like I said, we could do this down climb, or we could go back up the hill and do the up climb that takes us back up to Gold Mine. There'll be a double down here. So why don't we try to just do whatever we can here to drop weight before we have to waste water. But water's easy, like it's not a problem. But that's typically what you would drop, I would think. Oops. Let's sort it. We're about 4 or 3.5 kilos heavy. So let's drop that. All right, now we can go down. And we'll be coming up the opposite way to get a bunch of ropes when the time comes here in Ash Canyon. Like, we'll get this one, we'll get the one we're going to climb down, we'll get the one we're going to climb up. We'll have to brave the outside probably and sleep to get our energy and stuff back, or we can stim a couple of times. It really doesn't matter. We'll manage. Is that a heavy hammer? Why would they do that? All right. We don't need it. We just don't need a heavy hammer. We got more than enough energy. Tired meter's plenty good here. We're just going to go ahead and climb down this rope. And then we'll head back over to Fishing Hut and we'll try to get out of here and get back to Timberwolf. We'll have to be careful because the bear was up last we were through there. So we may have to go, you know, kind of the long way around, but that's all right. Obviously, we'll drop the mountaineering rope at Mountaineer's Hut. We'll dump as much weight as we can for things that we can pick up for later to take back to community center. But, yeah. No, I said that. Okay. I don't need a lamp out right now. We need the pistol. Our pistol durability was down to 75%, by the way. It was full. Okay, that one I missed. I admit that one. I was rocking and firing on that. I saw he got stuck. I saw an opportunity. I missed. But I feel like that should give me credibility at sometimes. This is better. This is a better situation for us. I wonder if I'm going to cut all of those tea bags into one final montage. And we'll just call it the teabag montage. That'd be funny. If we weren't so heavy, we could play this a little bit different and head off to the right, and we could go into Ash Canyon, the upper side. But we're pretty heavy. And I'm not trying to get up all the ropes we're going to have to get up to summit. Well, I guess there would only be a couple, right? I'm not sure what music I would use, honestly. Should we go out this way and just go ahead and summit and not go to... It just seems so silly to be carrying a climbing rope right now. And knowing we have to go up a couple of ropes to get to summit. It just seems so silly. But I guess we can manage it if we... It's not a horrible idea. I haven't been this way in a while, though, so we might get lost. I could see something like that using the old Benny Hill music, but, like, that shit's all copyrighted. Yeah, I can see something like that. A shot in a tea bag. Hey, let's be honest here. I would have never pursued him and looked for him to shoot him. He had to make himself part of this playthrough, and now he's forever teabagged in this playthrough. I'd say he would not ever live that down, but that goes without saying. You know, another thing we should probably be careful for is, I don't know if there's bear spawns on this side of the map or not, so let's pay attention for anything like that. But if I remember right, we kind of come down into a big valley, and then there's a cave that takes us back through, and we end up over in up above the first rope. Oh, this was a bad play. Let me tell you why this was a bad play. Because we're not going to get to look at the cache. Because the cache is way back towards the beginning. Although we could just make a separate trip to go over and look at the cache real quick. But this way does avoid that moose that was up, trying to get around him. Yeah, little do these other wolves know that there's only ever going to be one Bob. And that's the only wolf that will ever be famous in one of my runs. Bob is our forever pet. You guys are going to have to forgive me if I don't remember exactly where this is at. We'll find it. See? Another person thinks they're Bob. We got main character syndrome. We're just wasting ammo. And we're not even getting a bunch of ropes yet. Luckily, we'll find more ammo as the game goes on, and we should be good with ammo, I would think. Yeah, this is the footrest, so somewhere down here, back that way would be how you go to get towards the cache. But I think right up somewhere in here there's just a little cut, and you can go through. And you'll be on the upside of the first rope. Now, we could down climb that rope and go check the cache and maybe hang out there, get our energy back, and then go summit. So that we didn't have to do a full backtrack at any point. Is this the cave? Or is this just a cave? This should put us out right up by deer clearing. Whenever we find it. This is... Nope, it is. Okay. So this is the way through to get back to Timberwolf. I've only taken this cave once or twice, so... Because whether or not the cache is populated, there will be a bed there, and we could just sleep there for the night. Be safe. We got plenty of food, and well, we'd probably have to make some water, but that'll be fine. I do think it's a little bit silly trying to get up to, there was some coal there, but we're not going to take it. Summit with a rope on us. That is not very optimal from somebody that's trying to optimize a bit. I understand that. But it kind of just is what it is. Right, what do we have here? A little more food. Nothing really interesting for us. Be a nice spot for a respite if we needed it, but we do not. Well, that's interesting. All right, so this way it is. There's more coal. Good Lord. At some point, we're just not going to have enough weight to give here. Another fire. Oops. Nah, we don't need those things. Is this another dead end? Looks like it. Did we miss something? Yeah, it was in more coal. Am I going backwards? We're going backwards. What have we done here? Shit, we might be sleeping here. What am I missing? Oh, no goading on that. All right, so we got to go backwards. Somewhere we missed another turn. Likely to never be in here again, so might as well take it. We'll figure out weight later. That's a little path that goes to nothing. Right? Yeah, there's nothing up here. Can we climb it? Was there a climbing wall or something in here that I didn't see? Or in the other one that I didn't see? Should we double check that? I seem to remember one of these caves having like a climbing area, but I thought it was over in Bleak. I don't see anything that could be considered climbing. So we've gone the wrong way somehow. This feels right. Especially if this goes left, it feels very right. So we should be coming back around to the backside of where we were. Yeah, right there. All right. That was the right way. We just took the scenic route. It's all good. Tell me it's a, okay, it's a climb, or it's a stair step thing. Good. I was like, please don't tell me it's a climb. Oh, great. Okay, so here we go. Couple of options here. We could just go back in that cave and chill out, or we can come back over to here, which I believe is where Deer Cave is at, just off here to the right, and we'll be safe in there as well. But if we hug this wall, we'll find the cave, and it's right here. So we had two options to stay safe. This is, I believe this is our first, well, traveling blizzard for sure. For anybody that doesn't know, we're way up at Deer Clearing. We could just go summit by climbing 2 ropes. A little bit of travel and climb 2 ropes and we're up. Might be the way to go about it, actually. And then we can come back and look for the cache, I suppose. You know, it's something we haven't looked at is the durability on our bedroll. We're at 95. We're super good. All right, let's get deep in the cave here. More coal. Sweet God. And we don't have a lot of water either, that's the thing. So maybe what we ought to do, let's kind of just look at what we're at. We're just slightly heavy with everything we have on us. Now remember, we're going to be bringing quite a bit of stuff down from Summit, so that'll be a bit of a slog, but we'll make it down. I'm just not willing to let go of much of anything, boys. I think we're going to eat steak for dinner. These things are heavy. All right, we're going to make a couple of hard calls here. Because there's honestly no reason to be carrying around too much extra shit when it comes to that. What it comes down to is, what do we want more? Do we want the stuff at Summit more? Or do we want the backup gear more? And I think for right now, we can just drop those. We're good here. We may stash some of that coal here, because we will be summiting again. So this isn't our last time. Actually, let's pick those up because I want to. Yeah, let's make a fire. Let's go ahead and make 4 liters of water. Nice. Oh, shit. Well, fine. We've been struggling with this a little bit. We won't be struggling with it for long. As many fires as we've been making, we should hit, fire 3 before too awful long. It ain't gonna be today or tomorrow, but it won't take too long as far as game time goes. I thought they were trying to say the wind was blowing into the cave here. I'm like, oh crap. Maybe we should go back and get into that transition cave. It'd be a little safer, but we're good. And there we go. So let's, water. And let's drop some of the fuel. That's pretty heavy. That'll give us because we're going to be stopping back by here. I think that's safe to do, and it takes some of our weight away. Because there's just not a whole lot else that I want to get rid of. We do need to get rid of that P coat again. It's hard to do. But, I mean, what it comes down to is, do we like the military look better, or do we like the P coat? Because they're both basically the same. When they're fully repaired, they're both 3C. They're both the same weight. Actually, it's not even close. With the waterproofness, the P coat's the way to go. So we're going to go ahead and drop that military coat. Even though it's very good, we're going to drop it. Decisions have to be made sometimes. Underneath, we've got the parka. No, this is the old-fashioned. It's not Expedition yet. We should get the Expedition up at Summit, right? And we should get at least 1 pair of snow pants, maybe 2. Like, we should be pretty set on gear after we Summit. It shouldn't even be a question anymore as to what our gear set's going to look more like. But there's always room to improve. Yeah, we haven't found a Koshan yet. We've only got the one fisherman sweater. We decided to not go Mackinac. That first run we had double Mackinac, and it did make me feel a little more lopey. A little more of a lopey kind of player. I mean, yeah, there's not a whole lot else I want to get rid of. Just isn't. We're not all that tired, and it's really early in the day. But it's blizzard, and we're not going to try to summit in a blizzard. That would be silly. That would be extremely silly. Let's eat up some junk. We'll find plenty of food as we get up to summit. I'm not going to get any of the other containers like we had been doing, because we've been leaving most of that shit behind anyway. So we'll just save some of these ones that are up here, like airline food and shit like that, for later. There's lots of containers in this region that eventually we'll go and look at, but there'll be all kinds of drinks up at Summit. Well, we got to get there. And right now, the blizzard is preventing us from making our move. That's okay, though. We do have climbs to make, and I think we've only got one stem on us. We do. So, yeah. But we'll be nice and warm in here. It's not going to be a problem. This is basically an indoor location. I'm just trying to decipher my plan here. I think the best plan is just to pass some time. Maybe the blizzard will pass. We're not in a condition to go climbing right now, so we're gonna have to wait. We're still gonna need to pass at least another hour or so. That should get us right about dawn. And then let's make sure we've got plenty of water in us. Let's sleep as long as it'll let us, and then we'll try to move on to Summit in the morning. Oh, shit. It helps if you set the time. Well, we got a 1 hour nap. That's nice. The good news is for the first time in a couple of days, we should have our full condition back, finally. Sounds pretty blustery out there this morning. Let's go find out, shall we? All right, so we're at Deer Clearing Cave. We could head up to the right, and there's some containers up there, but we don't really want that. So what we're going to do is, I guess we got to kind of go this way anyhow, and then back around to the left. Or we need to hang out closer to the right. It is definitely a brisk kind of morning, though. Only 1 arrow down. You'd think it'd be a lot colder since we're so high up, but we're not. Let's save our hacksaw for Summit and not get these boxes right now? There's nothing in them really that we're going to need, right? Or am I just plain stupid for thinking that? I'm always drawn to this shit. All right, let's go look. The problem is weight. Anything we pick up, we've got to justify. We're just running durability on our hacksaw. We should find another hacksaw. When we get to Summit. We got two. One of them's really bad. The other one's pretty good. Yeah, see, this is all just... It's just stuff I don't need. We didn't take a single thing from either one of those. I don't think we're going to take anything from this one either. Yeah, look, a lot of times I make the right points and then I do the other thing. Like, it's just me. We'll take one of those. We'll take one of those. Actually, I will take that too. And then we're going to leave the rest. Weight is paramount here. Oh, it's the pelts that we just don't need. All right, off we go. Let's not say we did. All right, there's Deer Clearing Cave. I always mess this part up, and I don't know why. For whatever reason, I always struggle remembering exactly how to get where we're trying to go. Because we're going to go up and then around, and then we're going to make a climb, and then we'll go through a little cave where we might find the Spelunker's Lantern. But I feel like we need to come down here to the right to do that. I always mess this up. And there can be a bear down here too. So... Or we could completely backtrack and we could go check the cache. Okay, hold up. That's Deer Clearing Cave. That takes us back down. We were going the right way. No, that's the transition. Yeah, I always mess this bit up. I think Summit just benefits us so much more now than... Oh, that's right. You just go past this. I'm an idiot. Okay. And then we come around this left edge, and then we kind of hug that way, and we get up there, and there's a rope climb back that way. Summit's just up there. Getting up to Summit won't be nearly the problem that it could be, because that's a pretty long climb, but we can stay in that cave for a minute, and there's probably a rope in that cave, by the way, but we're not bringing it. We're just not doing it yet. We have the one rope. That is all we're going to carry for now. But if we follow along to the right side here, I think that takes us all the way back around, and we can get down to the other side of the map, too. Which we could get into Blackrock if we wanted. But right here, I remember that tree, and I think we make that left, and it takes us right where we want to go. And we should see the anchor point for the rope that will be in that little cave. the trick is going to be getting to this first rope without an encounter. Because from there, I think we're fine. Duel. Oh, he's coming right at us. We got nowhere to hide. Oh, okay. This is bad. This is kind of bad because there's no other way around. Or is there? Wait, it's over here. Yes, it's up here. Okay, hang on. We're okay. We went too far. we went way too far. The anchor, I think, is right up over there. Oh, we came face to face with him. It's not the time or nor the place. Our rope is over here. Yes. Yes. A life flashed before my eyes there for just a half a second because that was close. Like, he was closer than he looked. He could have triggered right as we came up over that hill, but it gave me a second to back away, and thank goodness for that. All right, we should still have plenty of steam to get up this tiny climb, and we got the crampons now, so that should make these kind of things a little easier. All right, we'll go through this cave, and we'll see if we find the lantern. I would like to find the lantern. It's a cool piece. It's one of those nice to have kind of things. It's just, you know, a unique piece. But, you know, it's just a shot that it's here. It's no guarantee. We haven't found it here the last couple of times, but it will appear somewhere in this map. And at some point, once we're doing the ropes and we're exploring everything, we'll find it. It'd just be kind of nice to have it early. Not a necessity, but would be kind of cool. And it is here. All right, let's go. It's in bad shape, but it's here. All right, we gotta be careful how much we grab. Cool. We'll take that result. If we get jerry cans or fuel up there, we'll refuel it and we'll try to repair it because we did pick up a toolkit. And then we can dump this lantern and we've got our lantern for the rest of the game. We'll just maintain it. So this is going to put us out around the corner from that big rope that we got to climb to get up to summit. It's very questionable as to whether or not we can make it. We could stem and just get up there and not worry about taking a nap. Should be another rope anchored right down there. There is. Meaning we could have just come from down there and gotten up this way, but, you know. I think there's another rope you have to affix somewhere before you can use that route, because it's like Summit is always, any way you cut the mustard, I think it's always 3 ropes. And you got to think the first rope would have been way back there when we were coming around the outside to get up towards Deer Crossing would have been the first rope. And then the rope we just climbed plus this one coming here get you to Summit. From the bottom, there would have been the one over there near Deer Clearing. And then we would have, I'll show you, the rope will be over here in this cave. But we would have had to, you know, have this one affixed, so that's second climb and then third climb over there. And it's a pretty big climb to get up there. But there's the rope. I don't think we need any of that stuff. I think we might just stem it and climb the rope, man. I think that might be the way. Or we could play it real safe and just nap and save the stem for any potential bear encounter. Maybe that's the better smart way to do it. Well, we don't have to. We're gonna have to get around the bear a couple of times if we want to check the cache. Having that stem might be a good idea. I'm so torn right now. Nah, YOLO. Let's just go with it. Also, remember that we found out there can be predatory animals up here now. That was new. There's probably another rope up here in that cave off to the left before you get to Summit. I think one stem, one rope, that should be fine. We might get another stem up there. I don't remember. We dropped some back at the community center, and we'll find more as we go. We're only heavy. Oh, sort of. Let's, that'll get us under. And let's, do you think we can make the ledge? Or should we just do the stem? Let's just do the stem. The problem is we're going to be super tired at the end of it, which is why I was wondering if maybe we ought to try to make this first ledge. Because if it wears out before we get to the top, that's a problem. Because we're going to be tired. But I think we're going to be okay here. We made good time up the rope. All right, we're going to check the cave here to the left. Because, like I said, there's probably a rope here. And that way we know it's there for later use. Let's pull the gun, though, because last time there was wolves up here. Or at least a wolf up here. But we're getting things completed. It's happening. We're ticking things off the list. Yeah, there's another rope. There's just some other random things here that we don't really need. But there is another rope in that cave. That's pretty typical. All right, so we're exhausted now. We're spending the rest of the day here at Summit. Man, I was watching, believe it or not, I saw some clips somewhere the other day from that movie, from Vision Quest. And there's a really, really young Forrest Whitaker in that movie. And I did not remember that. I knew it was Matthew Modine. But I didn't remember Forrest Whitaker being in it. He's actually in it. Great movie. I did wrestle in high school. I wasn't all that great at it. I was okay. Wasn't great. Just never a very big kid. Like, I just didn't have the power some other kids had. I was more of a finesse guy. Soccer, tennis, then I wrestled. Really good cardio. Back then, anyway. All right, here we are, guys. We are at the summit. Lots and lots of goodies here. There's our thermos that we don't need. I guess we just go for it, eh? We're gonna leave. I'm gonna take the MREs though, because that's just good food. That's just light, easy, tons of calories. We don't need the water one. We might take a few of the sodas though. It's cute how it was all just Summit soda. I think we're just gonna leave these things here because we don't need them. They're very good pieces of gear, but we don't need them. This feels so wrong to do this and not be pulling everything out of the containers. Mostly we're up here for things like snow pants and you know, actually let's go down here because isn't the good stuff in one of these? Don't need them. Don't need it. I think no, we don't have those yet. Okay, so these are bad shape, but we got one. Take those. And brand new snow pants. There we go, baby. There we go, baby. Couple of good pairs of snow pants. Couple of bad pair of climbing socks. Climber socks. We can fix those. There's a fisherman's sweater. This is a real enigma because it's a damn good coat, so we're gonna grab it. Oh, we may end up going double with that. Now we've got all the fisherman sweaters we're ever gonna need. Yes. Oh, let's go. I love Summit so much. It does feel weird leaving stuff behind, though. We are coming back here at some point. Yeah, we did get a stem here. And this is another thing we came for. We already picked some of those up. Don't need the rifle. Don't need any of those. Just give me all the bullets, man. Just give me all of the bullets. We actually need that hunting knife. We're gonna leave that up here and leave that up here, leave that up here. We'll be replacing some of our stuff with better stuff. And then eventually we're just going to get down to the one tool that it's hard to not grab this stuff, but it's not that good. Like, honestly, it's not really that good. We don't need any of this. May regret not grabbing some coffee, but we'll find coffee. No, I don't really need any of these. Let's just let them sit up here and get bad, basically. We'll grab that just for, we don't need that. We don't need one of those. It's where most of my Storm Lantern collection came from in the main save, is from up here. We don't have a go. You know, I'm just going to grab all the sodas because I think they're very good stuff. We've already looked into these. Perfect. All right, so let's, we're warm. Let's figure some things out here. This is going to be so much warmer and lighter than anything we're wearing. So I think we might even go with a double expedition parka because it's 3 kilos for even more warmth. We need to prepare them, but I think that'll be good enough, which means we are going to drop the military coat and the pea coat. We will be maintaining the expedition parka for the rest of the playthrough. When it comes to this, let's find a really good fisherman's sweater. It's a little bit wet, but that's okay. It'll dry out. And we'll fix it. It'll be 2 degrees. And this one can only go to 1.5, so it's the right play. So let's wear that. Let's drop the other things. Didn't pick up any gloves. We already had climbing socks, so we don't need these other climbing socks. Let's just drop those. Here's where it gets pretty interesting, though. $26C, boys. That's... Guys, that's about as geared as you can get. I mean, honestly. That's about as geared as you can be. In a found clothing run, I mean, sure, you might do the mucklucks. Maybe. But, like, our gear is, other than our gloves, is pretty freaking top-notch right now. Our gloves are kind of bad. All right, let's see what we can fix here. In a run where I don't think cloth is going to be a problem, I don't feel bad doing this double expedition parka. $27C. So now we're gonna have to cut some cloth here. That's fine. Let's get some water in this though. No, let's do some sodas. We got plenty of calories around us. Like we can hang out here for a couple of days just to get things completely fixed. And then we can set our, you know, our weight where we need it. I feel really good right now. Like that feels really nice. The only thing for found gear that we could probably have that's any better right now would be the gauntlets. But those also take leather to fix, which is different. All right, let's start breaking some shit apart, shall we? Don't want to be without cloth. We got tons of cloth back at the place. at the community center. So we're good for now. It feels so bad doing this, but we're doing it because we have 2 better ones. You know, it's like this pea coat. Tearing this thing apart breaks my heart, but that's 2 cloth. And we need the cloth. Every degree is going to matter down the road when we go into something like Sundered Pass. That's a long ways away, but we kind of jackpotted up here. And I'm not one that doesn't appreciate that. Wasting our whole day doing this, but we are finally, for the first time, getting our gear completely sorted. We got an Aurora, which means we can repair in the dark. That's awesome. I heard the music. And I think we're broken down everything that we can break down for now, except for that. The good news here is if we've got an Aurora, that means that we're not going to get a storm. Okay. 29C. Let's keep drinking some sodas. We need the calories too, so it works. I'm going to get myself in a position to grab a beer. We might have 2 or 3 tonight. I'm not going to do anything crazy. It's a work night, technically. That's so beautiful. All right, guys, that's about as good as we're going to get for right now anyway. Well, we can do this one. I don't want to waste too much cloth on, you know, when we can get a bigger repair out of something. 29C. And it could get just slightly better, I think, with the gauntlets by like another degree. So I think we can get to 30C pretty comfortably. We just have to maintain these things. Like, there's not many pairs of snow pants in the game. If we get mauled, one of our first responsibilities is to take care of ourselves and then take care of our freaking gear. That's just the way that's going to be. Let's take a peek at our stuff here. Let's drop those. Let's drop those. We can drop that. We can drop that. We need to... I don't have the scrap metal to repair that. I want to look at something. And no, the answer is no. I was thinking how cool it would be to main base summit. If you could build in here, how cool would that be? But... well, and as it turns out, we're going to need to because apparently the trader requires a lot of ptarmigan feathers for decent shit. And look, we're not really trying to trade so much with this save. It's just, I want to do his missions at the very least. But the problem with making the improvised insulation means we can't be wearing the moosehide satchel and we can't be wearing the crampons. Honestly, they added so much of that kind of stuff, they really should have added another couple of slots. Because there's tons of things that go in just those 2 slots. And one of them almost always has to be the moosehide satchel. No matter what other direction you go, you always want the extra carry weight. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay. No, but then you need to carry them around depending on where you know you're going to be going and you know, things like the rifle holster, right? That's one of those spots. They've just got too much stuff for those two spots. It's competing too much. They need either more slots or they need to diversify some things into other spots. Like make the moosehide satchel kind of like the technical backpack, where if you've got it, you've got it. It doesn't require repair. Just if you've got it, you got it. I think that would be fair. And then you don't have to worry about that spot. It gives you the option to use crampons and something else. But as far as those two spots, for me, particularly this run, crampons is almost an absolute must. Just because we're going to be doing so much rope climbing and down climbing and goating, and we want to try to, you know, minimize falls and sprains as much as possible. And then of course the satchel, because we're carrying weight. Like it's the only things that we're going to put there. The insulation would be nice though. It'd be nice to have that option as maybe it's more of a, hey, you can tuck this into your coat is the insulation. You can put one slot into this coat. And then you do that with the ptarmigan stuff and it warms you up even more. That would be cool. I'd like to see that. How did the Aurora already end? It did. Holy shit. Quick one. All right, let's keep looking at stuff here and then we'll figure out how we want to handle stuff. I can't fix anything yet because I don't have any scrap metal. We want to get that fixed and then we want to drop this guy. We may just use this guy for right now and we may just bring him back for the time being. But that means we got to bring the tools back, but that's okay. We kind of need the tools because we're going to have other stuff we want to repair like hacksaws and things like that down the road. We can probably go ahead and drop another one of those. We just need one to carry with us for our travels and we'll keep it repaired. We've picked up 17 rounds of rifle ammo. Nice. We're back up to 88 rounds of pistol ammo. All right, we're doing well. Let's it's about halfway through the night. Okay, so what do we want to do? I think is what this comes down to. Do we want to double back and check for the cache, or do we think we are in a good enough spot where we can do that later? We don't care, because that's going to matter. There is two other little crates we could check down by where we would have to go for the cache. We've got two regions in a row. I doubt it's probably there. Or do we just get our butt back to community center and get, you know, some things tore down, some things set up, some things fixed, start collecting some wood so we can start crafting some stuff, like all of that. Because we need to go get a bunch of cedar right out of the gate so we can make the benches. And we got to go and take our time and get the workbench from probably Barn, I would say, because it's just closest. You know, the one thing I don't like about YouTube chat is I don't think I can have my own emotes. Can you? Is there anything? I'm gonna have to look into that. Anyway, let's fucking drink here and we're gonna get some sleep and then we'll get down the hill. Let's just get some sleep because we're gonna be goating. We're not gonna be climbing. We're gonna be fine. We're only tiny bits heavy right now. I don't even know why we're looking at this. We don't need it. Oh my God. Okay, well, wait a minute. There's two sets. Wait a minute. I'm very confused. Wow. Okay. Well, we got to back up. That's not a horrible thing. That guns is always somewhere up here. All right, let's get ready for this. I don't ever remember getting them. That is so weird. Well, we wouldn't want to do that now, would we? Ow, fuck. Where's the down? I always kind of mess this up a little bit. I end up finding it eventually, but I always mess up where we come down at. I don't want to do that. All right, let's get crouched. Yep, we're good if we come down here. All right. Yeah, I'd be interested to try that. Would you go up the ropes double fast? That'd be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Right, there could be a bear around here too, so let's get where we're trying to go to and get gone. Do we think the cash is worth it for this situation? I can't stand this shit. Just stop. With that used to be a setting you could turn off. It probably still is. I just gotta find it. Dude, plus 29 degrees is good enough to get around in Sundered. I think ideally you would want more. In the 30s somewhere, but it's good enough to get around Sundered Pass. And that's saying something, because Sundered Pass is cold. It's real cold. All right, we're heavy, but we're not that heavy. Means we shouldn't have too many troubles here. Oh crap, we're gonna run out of real estate. All right, well, we're just gonna have to pop. I heard him. I don't see him. Probably the same one that we passed by when we left. It's like I said, I would just like it a little bit more if there was more diversity and the ability to use some of the cool shit that you can go find, because there just isn't. There's just not enough things you can do. All right, I think we're going to be pretty direct with this guy. You know what? I think we should just leave the cash behind for today. And the reason is we don't have our rifle. And if we come back with the rifle, maybe we can take that bear and we'd have a good food source for over here for the whole time we're here. You cannot tell me that missed. there telling me that missed. I don't think we've hit a far shot at all tonight. We need that hunter's revolver so bad. We are heavy, but I don't think we're that heavy. It's mostly that we're walking into whatever little tiny wisp of wind we're hitting here. It's making us slow. When we turn, I think we'll be fine. Let's check out in here. Yeah, why not? And why not? All right, well, we're actually warming up, so if we're just going to go home, let's just head home. Right? Let's just go ahead and start walking towards community center. I told you guys we'd get this done fairly quickly tonight. I didn't think we had a whole lot left to do, but I got real tired. I was starting to get fairly tipsy, and it was like, okay, before we screw this up, let's just pick a spot and we'll wait for tomorrow. And then today almost never happened. Because gastrointestinal issues. Distress. The dude wife's got some testing out today. Let's just put it that way. And I just wasn't sure that we were going to be able to sit here and not be interrupted, which is why I was so late getting on tonight. Right at 2 hours late. That's not the norm here. We usually go live at 6 p.m. Central Time, and we play until we get tired, for the most part, or we get done. And Sundays is where we usually get done. Saturdays, it's till we get tired. But we're going to have one more weekend of setup work, sort of. We need to go out and we need to go to Far Territories and get the radio and the camera, because I have an idea for the camera. And then we need to also go over to Coastal and start talking with Sutherland. We might trigger his tails if we get in Aurora and we're by a radio before we do that. But yeah, so Saturday is going to be all about traveling over to the Far Territories, getting into Airfield, getting into Sundered Pass. Cool, wow. Let's eat some of the junk. And then we'll take a drink of water. Oh, no, let's do a couple of sodas to try to get our calories all the way up. Or at least pretty high up there. Beautiful. Let's get moving. To the Kingdom Center. And we'll take some time at the Kingdom Center tonight to make sure our tools are all in great shape. We'll clean the guns. We will break down and clean up our area. I don't think we're going to get as far as doing our bed tonight, but we might get both benches made. The funny thing is the trip to and from Far Territories isn't really going to take that long. The part that worries me is that we're going to have to do a couple of weeknight streams for Sutherland's Tales, for the Trader Tales. Because I've never done those before. And what did you say? There was 3 or 4 or 5 missions he sends you on? And you gain trust and blah, blah, blah. And it could be anywhere on the map, so we have to do that before we cut ourselves off from anywhere. It's content in the game. We have to try it. That doesn't mean we're going to become a traitor. It just means we need to make sure that there's no funny business, that we get something like a rope that we really want. I don't believe that's the case, and I'm almost certain that it's not the case, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to do it to be absolutely certain. Again, we're sort of doing science here. And the most effective way of doing what we're trying to do is to make sure that we play all the side shit to make sure there is nothing there. Otherwise, we would always wonder, could it have been? And I'm not willing to make that sacrifice. We waited a long time to do this run. We are going to do it right. So yes, it's going to take a couple of episodes, a couple of weeks of streams, and a couple of videos before we ever really start getting into the nitty gritty of going out and getting ropes in a region. And some regions are just going to be quick. But we're not going to do any more than one region a weekend. And if we overachieve on a Saturday and we get a whole region done, Sunday maybe we play something like Half-Life 2 and we finish that off. Or maybe we play Titanfall. Because those are still games I want to play. I own them, for God's sake. I want to play them. Or should I say I have them? I shouldn't say I own them. I have them in my possession. And I do not believe they will ever go anywhere because they're single-player games. The violin is so good with Long Dark. It's so good. All right, so let's go down, get back to community center, and let's go. You know, I've been thinking about a lot of things about this new rig, and some of the things I'm not sure you guys would enjoy, but like I really have always kind of wanted to play Ark a little bit, not PvP, just going in, taming dinos, and building a base. I feel like that would be a whole lot of fun. Wait, I feel like we should go way up higher than that. Yeah. No falling here. Let's get in the crack. Here we go. I don't remember that being that far. We going the wrong way? Yes. Although that seems pretty iffy as well, but we're gonna do it. All right, we're down. Brother, I'm pretty sure this new rig, the only thing I think I'm gonna have any trouble with is I think I need to go buy another boot drive. I don't think this is a real high quality boot drive. I don't even know that it's Gen 5. So other than that, it's a 50 freaking 80. Like sure, there are some 5080s that run better than others, but they still have the same technology inside of them. They're still 5080s. Most of the capabilities are pretty similar all the way across the board. Mine's not a bells and whistles type, doesn't have RGB, but it's a 5080. I've got a 9800X 3D. It's one of the best gaming chips out there. I've got, and maybe if we want to be an oiler, we might try to go get 64 gigs of RAM, because we've got 32 right now, but the difference, we had 32 before, the difference is massive at almost double the speed. I think we were doing DDR4 at 3200 megahertz on the old rig. This is 6000 DDR5. Like everything has been massively upgraded. Oddly enough, it's basically the same power supply that I had, that I previously had at an 850, which is what I had on the other rig. So I always had an overhead and room if I wanted to electrically do more with that. I'm pretty sure I broke that rig the other day though. That PCIe slot just came up. And so I think in order to make that computer work again, I'm gonna need an overhaul. That computer can still do things. It's just that I can't trust it to do all the things at the same time that I wanted it to do. It's probably still a perfectly fine gaming PC for somebody, but I'm not sure it's going to work anymore because I screwed up the motherboard. I don't feel like I screwed it up. I feel like it was unhooked and it should have just came out, and it just all came out together. I don't feel like it was a me problem. I feel like it was it's just old hardware, and it probably had gotten hot and got cold, got hot, got cold enough where it came loose, and it just decided, screw it, we're coming off with the card. Does that ruin the board? I don't know. But I think it really limits what you can do with the board, because if anything touches those pins, it could be a short. The board, everything might still work though. It needs to be cleaned so bad. I haven't done that yet. It really needs to be taken apart and put back together and make sure the wiring and stuff is in good shape. We're being forced down here to where the bear might live, so let's keep an eye out here. Yeah, I was thinking about, would it play Ark, and I was thinking about just some other ones that I've played. I want No Man's Sky to work. It's just No Man's Sky doesn't work, and I can't figure out why. I'll look into that more when the time comes, when I'm actually ready to make that video. But for the time being, I'm just gonna let it be, because I can't be asked with it right now. Like, it just, you want to be a bitch, be the whole bitch. I'll fix it when I fix it. Every other game and every other thing I'm doing, like, this system is running clean as shit. Absolutely a monster. And admittedly, even for what it all is, it's still I would say a high mid-range kind of build. Or even kind of a mid-range kind of a build. Like, most of the tech in this thing is still about a year or more older already when I got it. So there's newer stuff out there. But I mean, the data, the DRAM fucking situation right now, like getting RAM or storage or anything like that, is a real pain in the ass. It's expensive as shit when it really shouldn't be. At least not as expensive as it is. It's been kind of artificially manufactured to be this fucking expensive right now, and it sucks. I'll have to look at a 64 gig, like 6400 kit of RAM and see what it costs. I bet it's like $700, if not more. I bet it's at least $700 bucks. A 2 terabyte Gen 5 with good read write, it's probably $400 or $500 just for 2 terabytes. I'm happy to have what I have, but that doesn't mean that down the road there can't be some improvement. I kind of hope the AI bubble just bursts so that I can get cheaper RAM, because it's annoying as shit. I understand that AI has got a place. It's never going to replace real work with real shit, but like, it can do some really cool things that save a lot of time for a lot of people. And like, that's just always going to be in demand. I don't know how to break it to people. Like, AI is not really going to go anywhere at this point. But I do believe that the bubble will kind of burst, only because there's so many fucking startups right now. Like, look at it this way. The internet didn't go anywhere when the dot-com boom was happening. it kind of ended up reducing itself down to the .coms that worked. You know, and when that bubble burst, it was all the startups that really got screwed. All the little ones that had never really made their full way. All right, I was hoping to get around you, but fuck you. Let's do this. Now we're back. All right, Thompson's is back this way. I should run over and look and see if the moose is in. Well, actually, we're kind of right there, aren't we? No, not really. We'll look at all that later. It's fine. We don't need the moose. We'd be better off with bear. We'd be so much better off with bear. And if we start taking a bunch of bear, is it worth the extra weight to carry a bear bedroll? That's an interesting question, I think. Or do we go with something like the improvised bedroll? That's a lot of Timbies. Is it Timbies? That might be Timbies. That's a lot of wolves, man. Shit. Shit. I'm not really interested in that right now. I'm busy. I'm not scared. I'm just busy. Fuck it. We're going in. This is how we play the game. We will eliminate the threat so we can move unimpeded. Actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're not doing it. It's just a waste of ammo. And that ammo could be better spent on something else. Somewhere else. Taking a deer or something with a pistol round versus taking those guys, because we don't need those guys. We've already got plenty of cooked food here. We've got some food on us. I think we're going to get around them. That's the smart play. We don't need to go pick a fight. There was 4 of them in 6 rounds. I like my odds of breaking their will before I run out of ammo, but you just don't know. I don't need to end up in a fucking Timby fight. Because reloading 6 rounds on a pistol takes a little bit. I'm really curious if they're going to put the shotgun in from episode 5. I'm extremely curious. And home we are. We got some things to do here. We got to clean up. We need to collect some wood. We need to build some benches, which means we got to end up going back over to the barn and take the device. Like a lot of stuff to do still. We got some things to repair. Our lantern, our storm lantern, I should say. Probably our hacksaw needs repairing. We'll see. Let's come on in home. And as you can see, we got a nice spread here for water. We got some good food outside. I'm going to pick these things up right now. Because I'm going to walk right over here. And we're going to drop our first rope. Because that pretty much fixes a lot of our problems. Damn, that actually looks good just being dropped as it was. It's just kind of in the right spot. But there's just so much to do here. What do you mean too close to another object? Let's get some tinder plugs. Some of this stuff we're just going to break. We found out last time that your tools still get used even when you just destroy something. So you might as well break stuff down. It takes longer, but you get supplies. And in our little shelves here, is there anything at all? Negative. But that can be like our backup clothing storage eventually. Look, we still haven't even been to Plane Crash. And we left a whole bunch of shit behind at Summit. Like, we can have a full outfit just ready to go of pretty good gear in case we have a big problem. But if we have a big problem, we're probably going to fucking die. That's just the way it's going to be. And we started to do a little bit of work in here, which was nice. Let's move you up here for right now. You could destroy a piano in 30 minutes. We want to save that because we want to check and see if we can pin photos to that. All right, hang on. We need to go find that chest and start putting some things away real quick. Let's do this here. How much room is in here? 40 kilos worth. We can put in a few more chairs. We actually do kind of need to break something down here. Because we need the metal to repair other shit. So let's do one. Eat a bear steak. Drink some water. And now I can't move. Okay. So let's drop. Still can't move. Still can't move. Can barely move. Okay. All right, maybe we should kind of sort some other stuff out first. Let's dump our coal. Let's dump our reclaimed. We need the cedar wood for crafting. Let's drop that here. We need to search this and then destroy it after we take everything out. We'll take the bucket, I guess. That's fine. All right, we're getting somewhere. Fuck it. We'll just kill it. All right, let's get back over to here. Some more things away. And we're on full weight. Of course we are. Look, it's all hidden, so that's good. We're just trying to clean up our environment. We got to go get our benches made and all that good stuff. That's all we can put in there. Now, plant was 5 kilos. Holy crap, that was a whole ass rope. We got the desk out. That's going to be our streaming setup. But we got to clean this shit up too. We're super tired. Why don't we just go ahead and get a good night's sleep? And we'll wake up right in the morning, keep working on it. Our puny bed for right now. Need to start drinking those sodas and stuff, but all right, let's do 12 hours. I'm gonna grab a quick beer while we're getting woke up. One moment. Well, that's pretty dark waking up, isn't it? Do a couple sodas here, get some calories liquid. Yeah, we just keep drinking the sodas. That's kind of why we grabbed them, was just for quick burst of drink and calories. And they do weigh, so like it's not free. We get rid of those, then we can kind of maintain our shit a little bit better. Now let's pass an hour. That should get us to the daytime where we can see, thank goodness. All right. So I'm wondering if the streaming setup ought to be back over here. For right now, it's going to be set up over here. And I feel like we could even put the speakers on the desk and make it look like a real monitoring station, which could be quite interesting, but that's for later. Might as well get the wood. We might need the reclaimed for something eventually. Destroy. I mean, I do believe that this area would be best for streaming, honestly. Did we kill the chair? Oh no, I thought we had a fucking desk chair. Alright, we might have killed it. Whoops. But we're starting to look like something. I think crafting this time is going to go over here. Those 2 benches are going to go over here, and we'll keep that corner kind of like for, I don't know, pictures and maybe some shelving, that kind of thing. We'll see. We'll see. Break those apart. right, let's dump off some weight here. Let's just dump a bunch of things. I'm not really ready to dump those just yet. Drop both of those. We can drop this. Kind of in the middle of this, we can drop that whetstone. Still got our tools. We got a couple cooking pots. We got one too many lanterns. Let's drop that for the time being. Let's drop all of those. Let's go in the kitchen and drop off that reclaimed. We're getting light now, boys. And this is good because we got to go out and start grabbing shit. We didn't drop our hacksaw, right? No. But you know what? We might need to fix it. We need to fix that too. Let's work on that. Let's fix this guy. Gonna take a few goes. Pretty low durability. And we probably got screwed on our scrap metal there. Okay, and then we wanted to repair that. That's probably all of our scrap metal, by the way. Yeah, it is. Once again with the sodas. We took a bunch. We're just going to drink them. When we need calories and liquid, we're just going to drink on them. Almost cured. Almost cured. We're going to have plenty of time to let that cure. Let's see. This is our cloth pile, right? Yep, let's drop cloth here. I don't think we had a leather pile, so we're going to drop that right next to it. Just getting that weight under control and trying to get as much stuff in good shape as we can. We can drop most of that now, I think. We can do this in the dark, so let's not do this just yet. We can do the sharpening and stuff in the dark, so let's not. It doesn't require a half of this shit. Can you repair that? You can. Okay. Not that I care, but hopefully we get to cooking 3 before too awful long. I think we're already at cooking 2, and then we don't need a can opener. Where are we on that stuff? There. We are cooking level 2, working our way. Fire started. We're at, oof, that's going to be a while. Even to get to 3, it's going to be a little while. We need to kind of starting a bunch of little fires to get to 3. And maybe that's what we'll do. We'll outline the community center with little fires, because we got plenty of matches. And then we will just set a fire with a stick and just get that fire starting up to 3 to where we don't need tinder. And then we don't care. Honestly, I don't care at that point. Almost at mending 2. Carcass harvesting, not great yet, but we're getting there. All right, what else do we need to dump? We're looking pretty suave right now. Let's harvest those for tinder. That gives us 10. Let's go put some matches away, because I think we had this cabinet, maybe. Yeah, with a bunch of matches. We'll keep a 20-pack. They don't weigh anything, really, but, like, you know, everything adds up eventually. Let's keep looking at our inventory. Nothing there, really. We're not carrying anything we're not wearing, except for the crampons, which can be dropped. We'll do that right here. Food, I don't think we're going to drop anything. We might just eat the candy bar and those sardines, though, just to get them out of our inventory. We're a little bit low on water, honestly. Let's eat the candy bar. And we'll eat the sardines next. We'll keep everything else in inventory for now. That's a waste because we could have got more calories out of that, but we'll do it. We can drop that. We're going to be using that to sharpen these guys. We need a cleaning kit so we can get our gun back in shape. We can do that in the dark as well. Perfect. We can go put one more pot on the stove. We need to go over to farmhouse, pick up that pot, so that'll give us 6 for when we want it. Like, we've got 1 on us. I want to carry 1. A lot of times I like carrying 2 because it's just nice to get 4 liters of water in one go. Because that's going to last you for a couple of days. But it's also carry weight, and it's not doing a lot of work a lot of the time. And how many times do we have to stop and maybe take a deer where we've got 6 or 8 steaks, so we've got to make a, at least a 4-hour fire to cook all of it. It all depends on our cooking level, but like there's science and math behind this. All right, I think we're doing quite well, really. Let's just turn that into cloth. We're never going to wear it. It's not even that warm. There's nowhere else to get metal here. We can maybe find some more metal over at the barn. We'll get metal when we break down the table. We'll just bring everything back. Our hacksaw should be good enough. Yeah, it's at 90%. We can drop that rifle ammo. $28 rounds plus what's in the rifle. That's good. We shouldn't need to fix anything right now, right? I mean, not really. We just traveled back a little after we just fixed everything. I love our gear. I love it. We might think about fixing that moose hide satchel, but it's okay for now. So we don't need our sewing kits at the moment either, so let's drop those. Let's drop this lantern. We can go ahead and switch over to Spelunker, even though it's not completely repaired and it's not completely full, because we will find fuel for it. That'll be good. All right, inventory's pretty clean, guys. Honestly. Oh, except for that. We got to find a home for those. Okay. Oh. The other problem, my ear has been bad today. I get eczema in my ears sometimes. And this has been horrible. It itches. It's probably going to end up in a ear infection. It comes and goes in a couple of days. But that side of my fucking head will hurt for 2 days. Let's repair it. Perfect. And now I can put this back. All right. We don't have a lot of time left today. I guess what we could do is go out and try to find some wood. And then we can come back and sharpen everything. And then we head off and we try to do the... Did I hear a dog? But then we head off and try to do... we'll get the vice grip. So we have it available for making our bench. And then hopefully we get enough wood here that we can do that too. But it all kind of depends on the game. What kind of a butthole it wants to be. Because we need like 20 pieces of cedar to make the workbenches. And actually more than that, I think. If I'm being honest. I think it's more. Because you got to make the furniture workbench first. And then you can make the crafting table. There should be some fur up that way that we're going to be using to make our bed, but that's for another day. I think we need ptarmigan stuff too for that. It's likely to get a little bit dark here for you guys. We're working. Hell, it got a little bit dark for me. All right, let's go back to the house. We'll sharpen our stuff up. Drop off this wood. And we'll try to sleep. We'll get to morning. Blah, blah, blah. It's what we always do. We try to play smart here in the kingdom. But it doesn't usually work out for us. Being dumb usually is the right way. Now, I will say I'm getting some pretty good a pretty good amount of bad glare from the light that's on the right side of my room. I don't know how I'm going to fix that other than moving the whole thing to where it's going to end up at eventually anyway. Which is weeks down the road at best. I'm not going to have any money to do anything for a while. Now I get to do this in the dark again. So I did hear a wolf. Okay, I may have hit the wrong button there. But it scared him off, that's all we needed. I admit it though, I hit the wrong button. All right, let's drop this wood. Still need a few more. We're not quite there yet. But let's get up here. We'll get our gun all done up. Let's put this away. Make sure that pistol's in really good repair. Make sure that our tools are in good repair. What's weird about this is the cleaning of a gun doesn't move it up like a couple of percent. The cleaning of a gun moves it up back to 100%. We shouldn't have to do this over and over again. I guess it is what it is. Even the sharpening of tools You know, you can only get them so sharp. You don't get them a little more, but a whetstone makes more sense because it's the amount of time that you try to get it sharp. But once it's sharp, it should be sharp for a little while. Okay, now let's back up here. Let's get that guy all fixed up. We get our hunting knife all fixed up. We may have to pause for a quick drink break. Yeah, we're going to need a quick drink of water. We can just do that from here. No, let's keep doing this. Oh, we barely had anything on that. That's just a waste of time. Come on. Calories and liquid. It is one of the game's best items. Humble opinion, but it's pretty good. All right, now let's, oh shit. Keep working on him. And then we'll get the hunting knife. And then I think we can sleep. And then we'll just continue to, we'll run over to the barn. We'll see if we can get the workbench vise. And we'll try to pick up some more wood while we're out. Then we come home. And we get those couple of things done. We'll check and see if we can do the bed. I doubt we can do the bed. Like, let's be honest about this. I don't think we can do the bed yet. I wouldn't be against taking another bear. That would be kind of neat, actually. It'd give me the ability to just leave some raw meat till it hits like 50%, and then we'd be in pretty good shape after that. All right, so let's, as far as meat goes, we let it decay until it gets to 50%, and then we cook it, and it goes back to 100. So we get 150% out of it. All right, let's drink. We're going to sleep like 10 hours. It's not a full night's sleep, but we don't need it. We're just kind of tooling around here. That's another thing newer players don't get either, is how to manage your, like, you don't always want to wake up completely rested. Like, it's just, you don't always want that. All right, so we're going to end up having to take another pot shot at this guy, probably. Let's go to the barn. We'll try to get out of here without it, but we'll see. Have we gone over and gotten the cooking pot from the Maple Leaf house? I don't think we have. I am going the long way because I just would soon not deal with the Timbies that are right back over here. I'm not interested. So we'll kind of go this way, and then we'll cut back to the right once we get around this little hill. We will get our first look to see if the moose is going to spawn in a good location for us. It's not a massive necessity. Again, I think we can accomplish everything we need with bear and bear only. But moose is going to provide a little more meat. If we needed a satchel or something, that'd be different. But we really don't need a satchel. We've got one. We can now keep it repaired. Getting a moose hide only means that we get a piece of leather. So that's one repair on a satchel per moose. And honestly, it's kind of not worth at that point. I think we can probably chance it and go around this way to the left. Because they should be back over there. Right over that hill. And we should be far enough away where they shouldn't detect us. That's fur. We need that too. Can't really pass that up. Like, fur is hard to come by. Let's reload. Just in case we get that whole fucking 4-pack of them on us. I think we can avoid them, though. We do know another moose location that could be, and it's going to be right there as you go up towards the plane crash. When you first go up from the river, he can be right there at kind of that T intersection. I'm not seeing markings, so I don't think he's going to be here. Yeah, there's that wolf pack. I don't see any markings. He's not going to be here for us. This would be good because it would be a nice food source that we could just, you know, leave around the house. But I think, in all honesty, we just need to strategically hunt bear when we need to go strategically hunt bear. And mostly for the meat. There could be a bear spawn over in the birch forest. We're not really looking for that right now. And I want to come over here and get this workbench part and then get back home and start working on it. It is such a relief, though, being warm. It's so nice. It's so nice. Wait, we must have come through here. What did we dump? Some bullshit clothing and some wood. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. All right. We really only have the one purpose here, and that's to go upstairs. We got back home. We cleaned up home a little bit. We went out and got some wood. Not nearly enough just yet, but... And then we are over here now getting ready to pick up our workbench. We're kind of hoping for, yeah, there we go, a couple of rounds. We don't care if everything looks trashy. There's the flare pistol for this level. 5 rounds, 6 rounds. Don't need it, not taking it. I might take that though. Yeah, we might take that. All right, let's search this guy. 4 hours. Right, let's make sure we are in good enough shape to do that. We'll have a bear steak, we'll take a drink of water, and then we will just do this. Let's get it done. And we get a bunch of scrap metal out of it too, which we can use to further repair things. All right, we have got our bench. Let's we'll take the long way home and see if we can find some more wood along the way, and then let's start crafting our benches. Oh crap. Yeah, I tend to agree. The center is going to be it's going to be the most detailed base we've ever had. And honestly, that's saying something because our main base in the main save is pretty freaking solid. You know, like it's no slouch. It looks nice, but it doesn't look as nice as what I think this is going to look with all the ropes being the main focal point. And we're going to have our streamer area. We're going to have our bedroom up on the stage. It's we're going to have a lot of, you know, like shelving and storage and things like that for later use. I'm very much looking forward to it as well. I don't let loose very often and do builds in games like this. Like, because it's mostly about survival. Like, most of the time what we were doing over at Farmhouse was, I mean, mainly, if I'm being bluntly honest, it was just organizing stuff because we didn't have the tools when we were kind of laying stuff down to move things around and make it like we wanted. But now we do. That's more fur. We can't turn that down either. Fur is pretty much at a premium. It takes quite a bit of the fir wood to make things like the bed. I worry that we're going to need ptarmigan feathers for that bed, though. We need to look at that as soon as we get the benches made. Uh-oh. This is a bit of a problem. Not really. We can just go back to the barn. Not a lot. I've built a few things, but like not a lot. I've made some shelving and some other stuff like that, but like this is the most of any of it that we're going to be putting in. And I know that's been around for how long now, and we just haven't done it. I mean, honestly, I was kind of burnt out on the game for a little while. Like, ropes really took a lot out of me. And what I'm counting on this time is that ropes is probably going to take a lot out of me, but I've already got the next idea in my head of what we're going to do, and that makes it a little more... Hang on, where the fuck are we here? What have I done? All right, no, we're where we want to be. We'll just follow the road. And I know this because the power lines are on the left if you're going towards Thompson's Crossing. The power lines would be on your right if you were heading towards Molly's, aka Jester's house. Let's hope that we don't see that wolf again because he's probably going to get me at this rate because I can't see shit. I doubt you guys can see much but snow. When it gets dark, it gets real freaking dark. And I think for me, what I might do is I might tune the TV a little bit for brightness just to bring it up a touch for when it's really dark like this. But I don't think that's going to translate in the recording. I mean, look, there's the blizzard. If I'm being completely honest here, I appreciate Molly. I'm not saying Molly has anything wrong. Maybe the guy was an asshole. Maybe she's based. And I think I could be that guy. I could be that guy that's with Molly. She's not really my type, but you know, we'd do fine. We could live and coexist, I believe. Shit, where am I? Okay, hang on, there's the light poles. Yeah, I told you he was gonna get me. I told you. He's gonna be down now, though. We got him with the knife. He was just hanging out right here in front of the center. We're gonna go sleep this off anyway, so it won't matter. Hey, look, man, you know, everybody's got... She's really based. Where the fuck are we here? I thought it was just right here, and now I'm not sure. Where the fuck are we? There's the stop sign. The community center should be right here. hang on. We're at the gas station somehow. All right, that's fine. Let's just chill out in the gas station. We've got our sleeping bag. We're fine. Yeah, we'll be fine here. I'm not worried about it. We're just going to get a good night's sleep. We'll sleep until we can't sleep anymore. Let's wait for that to happen. Okay. Oh, you know what? We might actually end up with 12 hours sleep because we have pain. Not really. Okay. We haven't even looted the store yet. Oh shit, hang on. Let's let's come over here, make sure we get our fucking bedroll right. That would be tragic. Okay, we did. We did. All right, so let's get across the street. There's home. It very much looks like a rock from certain angles. I think we were right on top of it. We just didn't. Let's pop in here. We'll pass an hour or two, and then we'll start working on shit. All right. Need the furniture, workbench, 10-seater, which we've got, and the woodworking tools. This will pass some time, won't it? Hang on. Let's make sure that we've got food and water in us. We'll have a steak, and then we'll take a drink, and then we'll craft 4 hours. It's stormy outside anyway. What else are we gonna do, right? This will get it to be light time. All right. Wow, we're ridiculous heavy. I like the idea of the crafting being over here this time. I do appreciate that idea. The problem is going to be the workbench. Okay. We should have everything we need to do it, right? Nope, we need more cedar. That's fine. Let's drop our cedar. We can go get more. They should be all respawned now. Did we have any other cedar? I thought we did. Or fir even. Maybe not. Maybe it was sitting there and we picked it up. That's fine. That's not the one we want. That's a lot of ptarmigan down, man. We're going to have to start doing that quickly. But honestly, we can probably, if we can get the The problem is the Tarmies, because you're not going to get more than one or two of them. Even with a bow, you're not going to get more than one or two of them until you can crouch, like so level 5. Otherwise, you take a shot at them and they all just fly away. Or you do a stone and they all just fly away. I mean, that's obviously the bed we want, and we're gonna make it. And we almost have the things to make it. It's that fucking ptarmigan down. The only place I know for sure that Tarmies are gonna be is up by the tower. That's not even a for sure. And again, if we get one, that's like 4 feathers. We need 4 to make the bed. So I don't think the bed is in the works for today. But it's something we need to start looking at. We're still fairly early here. Maybe we run up, we try to take a ptarmigan or 2, and then we can come back. And then we can do that again next time, and then maybe we'll have our bed. And we can start building our bedroom up there on the stage. Which, it's perfect. It's perfect. We do also need to make our crafting bench. And that just means we need more cedar. Let's go ahead and drop off this reclaimed. For whatever reason, I have a book in my inventory. We'll just drop that there. Okay. Not wearing anything or not carrying anything we're not wearing. That's good. These things we need. We don't need all of that. That's making us fairly heavy. Over here maybe? All right, we are very light right now. So let's get out and get some more wood. Should we walk up and see about the tower? And see if we can take a Tarmy or 2? Probably just the one. Like, it's most likely just going to be one. We're going to need 4 different Tarmy things where we get one. That's the only way we're going to make this work. But if we want the bed, we got to do it. We're walking in a straight line. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh, we're so talented. We're even going to miss that barrel. I think even with a rock, we're not going to get more than one at a time from any given ptarmigan nest. And here, I only know of the one nest, and it's not always there. So I guess anytime from here on in where we're close by home and we see a ptarmigan, we need to take the ptarmigan. Like, that just needs to happen. We'll get the wood on the way back down. Like I said, back up that way, there's some more fur. Actually, way back over there is some more fur. So we're going to have plenty of fir wood to make our bed. It's the feathers that's the problem. Can you imagine having the bed made on day 1? I mean, we can't. I don't think there's any way we can. I think this is literally just going to take a shit ton of time. And for us to go make a... Are they going to do a double blizzard on me? Is that what this is building towards? That's horizontal snow, by the way. And the wind's picking up real bad. Are they going to do a double blizzard? That would kind of irritate me. I'm not going to lie. That would kind of irritate me. either a stump or a wolf out in the distance. That's a wolf. Shit. All right, well, we're going to have to deal with him because we're going to come up over that and it's going to be Crystal Lake. Not Crystal Lake, you know. And we could duck in there, but we don't have any fuel for warmth. So that's not a good thing. We need to make it to Signal Hill, honestly. All right, he's on us. Let's go ahead and take care of this. What I'm finding is when you got a dead ass aim right at his freaking, he doesn't crit. He crits when you're off to a side. When you're just a little bit left or right, and you basically put it through his eye, he'll freaking crit out and die. It's kind of nuts. I think the lake is right over here. We should have just stayed on the road. This is the lake, right? It is. So I'm kind of what would be cougar territory right now. If we just go up this way, we might find the Tarmies. Because they're over by the rope climb that would come down to where a bear could be spawning. There's lots of potential bear spawns in this region. Pensive, that's right. This is Pensive Pond. Crystal Lake is where Mountaineers is at. My bad. Like, we want to get to Signal Hill, but we also want to get down here to where the Tarmies might be and get at least one. And then maybe we'll stay the night up at Signal Hill, and then maybe they'll respawn, and we can get a second one. That'd put us at 50%. I'd love to get that bed made. I feel like you've been looking forward to that bed almost as much as I have. Because it's basically the apex creature bed in the game. And it makes sense you need feathers. But like, I don't know. In archery, if you're archery 5, hunting ptarmigans is easy because you can crouch and shoot with a bow. And the bow will not startle the other ones, so you can get them all. If there's 4 or 5, you can get 4 or 5 at a time. But if you're not archery 5, then it doesn't make a difference. Because they're going to get scared away if you get close enough to get a good shot at them. Just like any other animal. We can try the rock thing, but the problem is we have to run up on him and pick him up. And that's going to scare them off anyway. So, like, just taking the pistol shot and killing it is probably the right way to go. And maybe trying to turn and shoot a second one. But I doubt that happens. Well, when I was looking around at that spot, like, that's the only place that really makes sense for my bedroom is up on the stage. Like, it really does. And we'll put storage and end tables and, like, eventually. But it all starts somewhere. It's got to start with the bed. And since they did the wildlife refresh, I'm not even sure that the Tarmies are still here. I guess they could be, but this should be where we're coming down to the rope climb. Yep. And there can be ptarmigans down here. And I don't see anything today. I know one other spot they might be. in this area. Let's get up to Signal Hill. Let's get back to the road. Because we got to go to the left of the road. And there may be a batch or a double batch of them even up at the top. On that main save, I can come up here with my bow, and I can get 4 or 5 or 6 of them immediately, depending on how many spawned. Because I can silent bow hunt, which is nice. But we are not going to be able to do that here. I hear them. Where do I actually hear them? Probably my ears playing tricks on me. Yeah, so if you come up through here and kind of keep going up, there used to be a batch up here. And maybe that other place will be active at some point. It's just not active right now. I don't know. From here on in, whenever we see ptarmigans, we take what we can take. We're going to need them. But then we'll go ahead and loot out Signal Hill. And then we'll get our butt back down the hill, back to home. We'll make our workbench. And we'll be ready for episode 2. Which again is going to be traveling to the far territory to get the camera. And also to get the radio, the receiver. That's a blizzard. That's a blizzard. We're tempting fate right now. That's a blizzard. It's not a full blizzard. Oh, Ptarmigan. Tarmy. It's gonna scare them all. We can get right up on them, and maybe we can shoot a second one. We'll see. Yeah, this has always been a good little honeypot for Tarmies. That is going full blizzard, by the way. And they ran. All right, see, that's... If you can get up on one quick enough, you can get it. Let's get down to Signal Hill here. Get in, get safe. Oh, everything's gone from the stage. Everything's gone. I finally figured out how to do it. And some of it's not as intuitive as you would think. Like, you actually have to move the entire table with everything on it and get it somewhere else. Which in our case, we just kind of shoved it in that little room as you walk in the front door to the right. But we're back at Signal. Maybe when the blizzard's over, the Tarmies will be back. We can get a second one. Maybe. We should be safe here. Yeah, piano's gone. It's all gone. Which is why I'm glad we didn't stick with that first run in the end, because that stuff on the ground would have really bothered me. It would have really, really bothered me. All right, unfortunately, I can't make you guys an ambient fire, but I do need to go to the bathroom real quick before we kind of look around here. I'll give you this view for the moment. We can put the gun away. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Okay. Again, we're probably not going to take a whole lot here. Ammo, that kind of stuff. You know, all these fuses and wires belong up here. There's no reason to take them. There's some more revolver ammo. We will grab that. We don't need gear or anything else at this point. Like we're good. We're actually good. We can kind of just leave most of this shit up here for later, because we don't need it. But it is blizzarding, so we're gonna have to kind of figure out what we're gonna do. Maybe if we just stick around here for the day, we could sleep, and then maybe they'll respawn, and then maybe that other pack will be there, and we'll have 3. So we'll be only one away from being good. I think you get 4 feathers. Is it 3 or 4? I think it's 4. Hang on. We can test this. We can absolutely test this. $2 hours to get 4 feathers. That's insane, really. And I kind of feel like I want the meat because we could end up making foods, you know? Blizzard might have stopped. But I think we're going to go ahead and reset everything at this point and just sleep here tonight. So we need 4 birds. We have 1. We need 4 birds to make the bed. And unfortunately, we got a long ways to wait here. How much food did we bring? Oh, we're totally good. Those MREs are nice. Let's just pass some time here. Like 4 hours. I can't believe it double blizzarded us. I mean, I can. Like, it's just such a shit move. We're actually low on water, so we need to kind of move with a pace here. There we go. We'll get as much sleep as we can. Let's we'll eat what we can in the MRE, which is probably going to put us with a little left over on that one. And we'll sleep as long as it'll let us. And then we'll go back up and check the nest again. And I mean, honestly, if they respawn like that, we might just sit here and make some water real quick and cook this ptarmigan meat, and we have calories to sit and wait for it for a couple of days. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's possible. The fuck? Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm not saying they're going to be here. Oh, I'm not even saying the weather's going to be... Oh, God, look at that. That is freaking gorgeous. Oh, my God. How amazing is that? Look at that color palette. Holy crap, that's beautiful. I hear him. I do hear it. Like, are we figuring out the respawn? That's a wolf. Okay, I see something moving down. You probably can't see it. It's way down there. I can see it moving. It's a wolf. Had me concerned. I thought it might have been a bear. Yep, they're here. They're here. I just heard them clear as a day, clear as a bell. They're here. Clear as day, clear as a bell. I don't know. Is a bell always clear? I mean, what if it's deformed? It's not going to be super clear, right? We can take our time with this because we're not cold, but I can hear them. Yeah, they're here again. So I think either a blizzard or a sleep save kind of situation might reset them. They're certainly here someplace. There he is. There's our friends, the ptarmigan. Missed them both. Oh my God, you're kidding. Wow. We should have secured the bag, boys. We should have secured the bag. Let's hang here for a second and see what happens. Let's see if they fly back down or if it takes them forever. Wow, we should have just secured the bag. That was bad. Wasted 2 shots, got nothing. I was more interested in getting a second shot off than I was about taking the first one. That's on me. We'll crouch it out and see if we can get him to land again. This is another one of those mechanics I've never really spent time figuring out. I just take them. When I know they're there, I'll go take them. And really the only time I've messed with them is on that main save where I've got Archery 5, and it's super easy with Archery 5. You got 4 or 5 arrows, you can go get 4 or 5 ptarmigan in one go. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have that happen now because we done scared them the fuck off. But they probably respawn after a night's sleep. So maybe we should go loot Signal Hill and try again. Damn, we would have had 3 had we just not been greedy. I hear him again though. Hang on. I hear them. They're not here. How did we miss from that range? We were right here and shot right there. How did we not kill a bird from that range? That seems a little sketch if you ask me. Let's go check the other little den where they might be. And then we might just hang out up here to get at least a second one, or we might just say fuck it and not worry about it. And we'll just get them as we go in our journeys. When we see a ptarmigan, we'll take a ptarmigan, get the feathers. So the bed won't happen today. I don't think the bed's happening today either way. It's just too much of a slog, too much of a grind. Look, Rabbit, if you'd stop running right out in front of me, you wouldn't get scared when I come walking the way that I've been walking the whole time. I'm just saying. I feel like I hear a lot of the precursor noises for them, but it could just be ambient. How did we miss that bird? Yeah, they're not in there. All right, let's go loot Signal Hill. We don't have enough meat to stay up here. We could secure some fuel and stuff, and we could probably make a fire. And maybe even take a deer if we could find one, but we're talking about 4 days worth of hanging out here to get these pelts, these feathers. I totally hear some of their noises while I'm walking through this area, though. Like they're up there or something. I don't know. But they certainly probably won't respawn today. Just a wolf over there. That's not good calories. I do also really like the colors of the bed for the bear bed. Let's see if just by vacating the area, if they come back. That's just normal bird noises. That's not Ptarmigan specific. Maybe I should turn up the game sound, the game capture a little bit. I don't hear anything, so I don't think they're here. Yeah, they're not here at all. So I think it's a daily spawn, if I had to guess. We don't really have enough calories on us to hang out here for a couple of days. It'd be nice if we were moving back and forth between a couple of nests, but we're not. So this may become one of those things that we just get when we get. We can probably do one more day because there's probably enough food here that we can live for one more day. But it's going to be boring as shit. We're going to be passing a lot of time. But at least that way we're halfway to our goal. We should already be halfway to our goal. There's no way I missed that bird at that range. There is no shot that I missed that bird. It's just not possible. I'm sorry, they're wrong. That bullet went right through that bird. Damn it. It happens once a stream. We all know it. We just don't know when it's coming. Yeah, we could eat that and sleep even if we got food poisoning. Doubtful there's much in here for us. All those sodas are good. Somebody was a soda fan that worked up here. It's calories. I want to take that radio and I want to take that phone. And I kind of want to take the flag. Because why wouldn't you, right? We could set those right next to the fire. We can have dual matching flags on either side of the fire, and then our rope collection sprawls out from that. That sounds pretty hot to me. A little more food down here. We'll just take that. Take the water because we need it. That means we can drop the other can opener. That one's in better condition. Oh shit, we still got the woodworking tools on us. Oh well. We came up here for a reason. Jerky? No. Cup of tea though. That's nice. That's real nice. Why is it so dark? It's the middle of the freaking day. All right, let's go back up and have another look to see if they respawned, since we wasted several hours there. Well, not really, but We got enough calories to stay up here for one more day and we can be at 50%. I think we already should be. There's no shot I missed that bird. It's just, that's not how I shoot. The game saying I missed that bird is an absolute travesty. I was literally 2 steps away from that bird. There is no way I missed it. Not when I can shoot a fucking a wolf at 30 or 40 paces and kill him. And I missed this at a pace and a half. Don't think that's even possible. They're back. That's a ptarmigan right there. All right, so maybe it isn't going to take 4 days. Maybe we can survive through this. Just stop right in front of me, bird. Yep. Okay. They're saying I missed it again. There's no way. It's going right through them. Did it scare them all? There's no way. There's more birds up here. That's bullshit, man. This is bullshit. I hit that bird's center body and it just went through him twice now. And the fucking snow's coming in again. It's trying to blizzard again. Welcome to PV. There's more up here. I can hear them. Maybe let's not get so close. And let's try for more of a headshot, I guess. But shouldn't need to. I feel fairly cheated right now. There's just the one more up here. Oh, we're gonna wait for a better position on him. He went over the hill. Okay. We're not chasing him up there. We're just not doing it. Because I don't know what direction he's going to turn. He should come back this way because this is kind of their nest area down here. We're not cold. We're fine. How are they saying we missed that fucking bird? We're dead center mass. There's no way we missed that bird. Here he comes. All right. Yeah, I was getting impatient and then that happened. Yep. That one I missed because he moved right as I shot. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Doesn't make me happy. We could have had it by now. We should have had all 4 by now. And we have 1. Like, fuck. They're being really stingy with the bird hits. That one I missed because he moved. The other 2, there was no shot. They were camped down. There's no way I missed either one of those. We should be at 3 at the very minimum right now. Thank you, Hinterland. The good news is they seem to be respawning and landing fairly quick. So we might be able to do this. I got maybe another hour that we can dick around. And we still got to go make our workbench, right? If we get to bed tonight, that would be insane. It would honestly kind of be insane. We're not tired. We have to sit here and kill time until they respawn. Where are we at in the day? We're fairly early. Let's pass a couple hours. Let's see if that'll get it done. And then we'll go back out and we'll see if we can shoot one. It's so discouraging, man. Honestly. We waited for him to sit down, and then they're still like, yeah, no, haha. That bullet, it transmuted right through it. Like there was nowhere else that gun could have shot, except for right through that bird. And they're like, yeah, you didn't get him. Not at a step and a half. And we just don't have much water. Should probably cook some water. If we're gonna hang out for another day, we will probably cook some water. We need to, did we pass a couple hours? We did. Let's go up and see if it's there. I'm so discouraged, like honestly. They're making, and it's trying to fucking blizzard again. Wow. Like, does the game not know who I am? Do they not understand that I am the king of PvE? Do they not know that? Apparently not. Probably not back up yet. Would be my guess. But at least they do respawn fairly quickly. Whoa, oh. There's one here. Can we get this bastard? Should sit down here any second. We're going to track along with them. There we go. Going to go for the headshot. And we finally got one. All right. Wasn't even a headshot. There went another one. There was another one up here. That's all right. We got two now. Can we go down from this? It's so much more direct. Wait. That's ptarmigan. Wait. Wait. Wait, boys. Wait. That's a Tarmy. Is he gonna come down this way? He's gonna walk right at me, isn't he? Okay, now we got three. We need one more. And there was one that flew off, so let's go reset everything again and we see if we can get the last one. I can't believe this is actually working like we... Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, hang on. There's a way out. There is a way out. Here we go. I was like, oh, no, we're trapped. Let's go reset and see if we can get that last one as soon as he resets. Because there was one more that flew off, and we picked up two more for a total of three. We can go get... we'll kill the 2 hours by getting the feathers, and then we'll go ahead and get the meat, because again, we might use that broth for something. We're not going to cook the ptarmigan for the ptarmigan meat, but... It just seems excessive. It's 2 hours to pluck feathers off a bird. Like, if they ever hunted a day in their life, honestly. It's not how that works. Drop that here. Should we go look again? It's blizzard a third day in a row. All right, look, we can beat them at their own game right now. Let's just go ahead and harvest. Unbelievable. PV being PV and doing PV kind of things. You love to see it, I guess. You love to see it. That's unbelievable, though. 3 days in a row. Should have a dozen feathers. We do. We need one more guy. We need one more bird. Which all the pressure is going to be on this shot coming up. Certainly that bird will be back in the morning when we're ready for him. So we will have all the feathers we need to make the bed. And we might just go ahead and stay up tonight and make the bed. And the workbench. Once we get back down to the community center. Imagine having that bed on day one. Well, it's not day one, but like episode 1. That's pretty cool. Because a lot of the crafting stuff requires a lot of, movement to where you can go get all the stuff you need to be able to even think about crafting. And I wish we'd been thinking about Ptarmigan earlier. But this is it, by the way. We're not restarting this run again. It's not happening. I'm sorry, it's just not happening. I should probably go make at least a couple liters of water before bed. Do I have any fuel to do it? That's the real question. And the answer is, I think that's all we have, is just those couple of fucking logs. We'll sit here and be warm as the blizzard rages. We'll probably grab a torch, go inside, we'll sleep. And then we'll see if we can get that final Ptarmigan and then GTFO. This has been a fun side quest. I wasn't expecting on doing this tonight. I think the difference is that we got the bear last night. And the bear makes a huge difference because we've got, our pelt curing, and we also have some guts, and we have meat, and most importantly, the meat. But he wasn't a big bear. He was only like 27 kilos. So we can't just rely on that forever. We might, before we head out to the far territories, we might go out and try to hunt a big animal from Pleasant Valley. And try to bring more meat back home. But then again, we kind of don't need to either. Like, we just don't. I can't believe it's blizzarded 3 days in a row. Like, they turned it up to 12 for whatever reason. We're totally safe. We're fine. Everything's good. But damn. Pleasant Valley is definitely doing Pleasant Valley things in this run. Let's just go in. We should be pretty close to on the level of sleep here, I would think. And we got to pass like 1 hour. Let's get by the bed. Let's put this out. Rid of that. Let's eat that and then maybe the peanut butter. No, that's probably too many calories. All right, so let's just drink. It'll be pretty dark getting out there. Let's pass 1 hour. Then we'll take another drink, and then we'll try to sleep as long as we can. We can't even get to 10 hours, so, selecting 11. It's still very, very dark. All right, we can get out of here. Nope, it's fine. Here we go. Let's go up there and get this last fucking bird, shall we? Colors aren't quite as pretty today. I can't believe we stayed up here and did this. I hear them. I already hear them. Is there more of them right around there, that area? I heard them. Like that's the ptarmigan noises. These guys should be back though. There's probably going to be 1 or 2 of them, so we got a shot to get our final one. That'd be a pretty good achievement. I'm really mad. It should have already been done. There was 2 or 3 shots in there. It's like, come on. Come on. You don't miss those from that range. And I don't miss those. They're here. I heard it specifically. Is that one right there laying down? Nope, that's a stick. Okay. Well, it's okay. Let's get up here. Let's see where they're at. Not scare them away, because they're not going to let me hit them if they're fleeing. Which is what we were trying to do first couple of times, and maybe they're not even here. Wow. I heard them, though. They're around. Yeah, they're here. I just don't know where. Wow. It's almost as if they are manipulating this very simple mechanic. See, that bird noise is not ptarmigan. There's very specific ptarmigan noises that were put in the game when ptarmigans were put in. There's nobody here. Of course not. Even though I'm getting the noises. They're here. I just don't know where. Are they on the other side of this hill? It really doesn't look like it. Wow. This is interesting to say the least. I'm not trying to goat, so we're not going down there to get nothing. Wow. We're going to end up one short. Or we could go kill some more time. We do have some more calories. We got another MRE and we have some peanut butter. So we're still okay on calories. We would probably need to make some more water, but we don't have a lot of fuel. Yeah, no, they're around. They're around. There was specific noises that they make. And it's not the ambient birds and stuff. I know enough to separate that. They're here someplace. We We just got to find where they're laying down and shoot them in the face. I have to do this all very quietly because I don't want to scare them off. We could just go back down to Signal Hill and, you know, pass another hour or two, which will be fine. And then maybe it'll be a better spawn for us. So let's just do that. We are kind of manipulating the spawn a little bit, but not really. I mean, the way they put the mechanic in the game is weird to start with. So, like, I feel like we're kind of playing as intended. Yeah, see, like that little bird whistle, that's ambient. That's different. There's very specific ptarmigan sounds that get made. Maybe they're down here. I don't know. Maybe they came into a different spot. We wouldn't be hearing those noises that loud if they were. We can come down and look. If we see 4 or 5 of them, this could be a windfall for us, but I doubt it. There was no indication they were down here in the first place, so. So by doing this also, we're kind of vacating the area and giving time things to render. So maybe by the time we go back up and waste a couple hours, those will be a little more accessible. Wherever they were up there somewhere, but they were not accessible. I can say that with pretty high confidence level. There's Ptarmies down there. There's Ptarmies down here. We just need one. We just need one. Let's be real patient about it. We weren't hearing these guys, though. We were hearing birds that were up that way. These are a whole separate little flock, and there's 5 of them here. But we get one shot, one chance. Will you take it? Bump, 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 bump. Yep, copyright infringement. He looks like he's up against an invisible wall. I don't think he's the prime candidate to shoot. I think this one walking right at us is. There it is. We got our 4th. Let's get home. After all that bullshit, we finally got it. We still need to pick up some more fir wood. So if we see any fir logs, we need to take those immediately. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is a pretty epic ending for the first weekend of doing this. It really is. We've never done this in any other playthrough. We'll probably get food poisoning. Yeah, we didn't. Nice. And we saved the big meal for later. It's getting real foggy again, though. Like, this freaking game, man. Could it be an unprecedented 4th day with a blizzard in a row? Who knows? Definitely possible. Let's get back down to the Kingdom Center and let's figure this out. We're gonna need to spend a lot of time crafting that workbench. What was that, like a 10 or a 12 hour craft? And then we're gonna need to spend quite a bit of time getting that bed made, I would imagine. Like, that's gotta be a 6 or an 8 or a more hour adventure, right? It has to be. It's one of the big items, big ticket items in the game. We need more fir, though. We don't need more cedar. That's cedar. Fir has got 2 prongs. Cedar has 3. So this is cedar. I know where some fir is. So we can probably pick it up on the way home, because we're not heavy. which is nice. We're probably gonna have to deal with at least one wolf coming down here though, because he will have respawned by now. Where are we at time-wise? We're on day 20. Like, it's not even that bad, man. Day 20. And we've already got a furniture workbench. We're about to go get a workbench. And we're about to make a freaking bearskin bed in 20 days. That's pretty solid. I is happy. I think for you guys who've been with me for a while, I think we're all kind of happy right now. Like, this is a pretty good beginning. Our gear is amazing. Our clothing is amazing. We could, the only improvement is we could get the gauntlets. And that would give us probably another degree to put us up to 30 when fully repaired. We could also improve our pistol by finding the hunter's revolver. But this is fine for now. We've already got our rifle. We've got crampons. We've got our full max carry. Like, we have done really good this weekend. It didn't feel like it was going very quickly, and it hasn't gone necessarily really quickly, but we have accomplished a lot in a mere 20 game days. All right, we're going to do a weird thing here. I'm going to do this for a second. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, I hit the wrong thing. You guys might have even heard me pee. I turned down the music. Whoops. All right, we're walking. We're coming home with all the ptarmigan feathers we need. We don't have the fir wood yet, but we know where it's at. We can get it. Of the three that we had to restart on total, this is the third try. This is by far, I think, the most successful and most targeted. Our gear is top notch. It's better than any of the other two runs. We've already made an effort to get, you know, the feathers and the wood and all that stuff. We still got to craft the workbench. And we still need to make our bed, but like, can you imagine a better day, like a better episode 1? Episode 2 is going to be boring, and I'm going to have to lean into that and try to be humorous about it, because episode 2 is going to be really boring. It's literally just going to the far territories, picking up a couple things, then coming back and doing trader missions. That's what we're going to do next weekend. That's all we're doing. We're going to get in and out of the far territories, and we're coming home. And then we're going over to coastal, and we're going to try to get Sutherland started up, and just try to get that storyline going. And if we can get that storyline done, it would be massive for us. It would be huge. It's doing the snow thing again here. Like, the game is, it's doing everything it can right now to kill us. It really is. We need at least another couple of fir logs. And a few more cedar, I think, too. Before we can craft everything. And that's a really good stopping point for episode 1. We have one rope home. We have the beginnings of what will become an epic crafted kingdom center in the lovely Thompson's Crossing in Pleasant Valley. Like, it's all coming together. And it shouldn't go without saying, but thank you to everybody that just kind of encourages me to do dumb shit. Because dumb shit's so much fun usually. And I'm going to be honest, this is pretty much dumb shit. There's really no point to doing this run. There's no benefit. Other than we're going to enjoy it. As a community, as a gamer, we're just going to have fun with it. It's a 4th fucking blizzard in a row. You're kidding me. You are kidding me. 4 days in a row with a blizzard? This is absurd. It is absurd. I'm offended. All right, let's blizzard walk. Let's get back to the road. We'll follow the road back home. It's not a problem. 4 days in a row with a blizzard. Are you kidding me, Pleasant Valley? Are you joking right now? Here's what I think about your bullshit. We're gonna come over here, we're gonna go into this house, we're gonna pick up that cooking pot, we're gonna come over here and complete the set. Because I'm done with this shit. This has been bullshit in Pleasant Valley for days now. And the game knows it. The game absolutely knows it. Oops. I don't think did we come over here? We might have come over here and took the cooking pot. All right, that's fair. That's fine. We'll go back home. We'll start working on the workbench. We should have enough stuff to do that. Unbelievable. 4 days in a row. I'm blown away. Like, that is just absolute horse shit. Whoa, no. Do we need more wood? Oh, he's got to go pick up the vise. Okay, that's fine. It's over here. Let's just say we should need more wood. Let's we don't have any fur on us, right? No. Okay. $18 hours. Interesting. That's fine. I thought it would be a little less than that, but that's fine. We'll get what we can get in today, which is about 7 hours. Then we can craft it up. Finish that tomorrow. The problem's going to be our tired meter. We're just not going to be tired. Look at our paltry little bed here. Here's the stage, by the way. It's all gone. It's all gone. Need to manipulate this where we are up at the right time that we can craft and make the most of our water and food. And we can't really do that right now. Here's what we can do. Let's go ahead and sleep as long as we can. And then we'll just kind of pass time. It's going to be very dark. But we're going to pass time till we get just to dawn, which is like 2 hours, give or take. We just need the sun to kind of be pointing right about there. Yeah. Let's bring the torch up. Oh, it was already in her hand. My bad, I took it out. All right, now let's come back down here and we should be able to craft. We can get all 11 hours in, like right now. We're gonna eat that, and then we're gonna drink. Actually, we may need to go get some water. Then we're gonna drink. And we're gonna try for the finishing crafting of this table. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. We manipulated well. All right, for right now, let's just put it here. Because we're going to have some things to move around, I think. Like that. Probably come back here. And then we can close that door. Did we ever pick up the water there? I'm sure we did. Yeah. We don't want to block the toilet though, like honestly. So like, let's move that over. Oh, what the? Okay. Let's move this over at least a little bit. And then we should be able to move that in here without blocking the door. Like so. Perfect. We're doing stuff and things, boys. We're doing stuff and things. We've got a little bit of time. Let's get some water in us. Let's go out and see if we can find some fur, and let's see about getting this done. Well, we need to drop the ptarmigan, by the way. Wait. Sorry. There we go. Fairly timely warning, though. We're going to drop the ptarmigan meat. That's 3 kilos we don't need. We're going to keep the other ptarmigan on us, though, so which means we stink, but we'll be fine. We got our rock. And then we have our pistol. And we can reload that pistol. We're going to go up and get some fur. I'm pretty sure if we go up here and make a left, there's 2 or 3 fur logs. And that should be enough to get us the bed going. I've never made this before, so this is pretty big news for us. It's either up this way or it's down one more berm and up, but we're going to go up this way first. We're still going to need to harvest the 2 hours worth of the feathers off the ptarmigan. And probably the kilo of meat, because it's broth, right? Like, we can make broth to make other things later that might help us with our situation. I think I see one up there. That looks like a 2-prong. Nope, that's a 3-prong. So I think it's actually one more berm over, and then we go left. Unless it's way up there, which it might be. Let's just go take a look. We're totally warm. We've got food. We got water. I'm fine. Adventure. The idea of doing the ropes, it's funny how it came to be, because it was never meant to be that in the beginning. It was never ever meant to be that main save that we have now. It was always just meant to be kind of a haha funny thing. And now we're actually taking the time to do a legit run where we're just collecting ropes. But we're in the very early stages of that for anybody that's new. We're just trying to get ourselves set up, make sure we have the things we need, and then we will start doing much more things. And this is where the fur's at. Nice. It's getting windy again, too. Are they going to do 5 in a row on blizzards? Like, tell me it. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. It's really trying hard to blizzard again. Are you kidding me right now? Okay, it stopped. This should be all the fir wood we need to make the bed. I've never messed with safe house customization that much. A little bit, but not a lot. Like, this is the most in-depth I've ever gone to it already. And it's good because for the next series after the ropes, we're going to be doing a main base in each region. And the idea is we spend like a month in each region and we decorate a base and make it look really cool. That's the whole idea of the series. And at the end, it's kind of my opinion on, for each region where you want a main base, like what I would do if depending on what I'm trying to do. I still think it's going to be fun. I think that could actually be a fairly popular series. What do I know, though? I've barely got 2,000 subs. It's going to be very dark. My apologies, boys. We are currently walking back down to the road, though. So there's that. We'll have to go sleep, and then we can start craft. Well, can we pluck the feathers in the dark? That would be great. Because we are going to use all of our newfound feathers for the bed. It takes 16 feathers, and we now have them. Well, we have access to them. We haven't skinned and feathered the last one. But we're there. And I didn't think that would happen tonight at all. I thought we'd go up there and get a bird, and then we'd have to pay attention to it going forward. But the way the mechanic works, you just give it a couple hours, and they will come back to their little nesting area. And the other thing I learned tonight was, even if a nesting area that used to be seems inactive, a day or two later it might be very active. When it comes to ptarmigan, anyway. Right, let's put that away. Let's not desk bop again. Let's go up by our bed. We got meat on us so we can eat. Well, we get the MRE. Actually, that's not good. Let's go get some meat. I'm not going to take a risk of losing well-fed. That's a bad idea. And this is what it's all about. It's about being prepared. Like, it's the old Boy Scout motto thing, right? Like, be prepared. You never know what's going to happen. All right, we're going to put that out and take it out of our hand. And we're going to see if we can pluck this thing in the dark. And we can. Freaking great. Let's go ahead and take the 1 kilo of meat. No. There we go. And these will make broth eventually. Then we'll eat, drink, and sleep about 9 hours. And then we're going to get up and try to start making this bed. Might even need 2 steaks. We were getting pretty low. That's dangerous considering we're trying to maintain well-fed. Right, let's sleep about 9 hours. Hey, harvesting 2. Let's go. And we're going to go over and investigate what it's going to take to make this bed. I'm guessing, based on 18 hours, it's going to take a couple of days. But I think we can do that tonight, have it in place, and things are going to look freaking great, man. This should all be fur, right? Yeah. Hang on. Hang on. What else do we need? Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Here we go. A 24-hour freaking... Oh, my God. It's going to look so good, though. Oh, man. Are we in... Like, that is so long. That is so long. We're in a good position, though. We got meat. Let's grab some water. We'll grab a little more food out here, like another couple of kilos. We're going to be heavy, but we're walking around the house, so who cares? We are going to need to take another bear. Or a moose. We're going to need to take some things. We can get some of this done today. Holy crap, that's a lot of time. That is so much time. But we're in a position to do it because we thought about being in a position to do it early. We're going to craft 10 hours today. It's going to take 3 days to get this done. There was another storm outside. I heard it. Pick up a little more water. We'll go up here and lay down by bed. I can't believe this is happening, honestly. We need to pass. We'll probably stop it at 1. Whoa. We get free crafting. Hang on. We're going to be tired, though. That's going to be a problem. It woke us up so that we could go talk to Sutherland, and I'm not interested right now. I'm more interested in this. So let's try to get more of this crafted in the dark. We'll talk to Sutherland eventually. It'll be fine. Is it gonna work? Did we just get 19 of 24 hours done? Nope, we didn't. But we can do it tomorrow. Wow, it's still really light in here for not being an Aurora. All right, so let's okay, let's drink. And now we have to kind of finagle where we sleep here. Like, we need 8.5 hours tomorrow, and we're kind of behind the 8 ball when it comes to our tired meter. And a lot of times you're gonna be like, you can't craft in your condition. So let's try for like 9 hours. A lot of this always comes down to stuff like this. It always comes down to like manipulating your tired meter and that kind of thing. And I think we can get it done today. Let's eat. And let's drink. It's gonna be real close. It's gonna be real close. We should get it done. It's done. We did it. Holy crap. Okay, hang on. Let's, no panic. No panic. And here we're saving our lantern fuel. Let's spend one more night in this bed, right? Like, it's been a good bed. And then we're gonna destroy the shit out of it. We can only get about 7 hours sleep, and that's not enough, which means we have to pass time. A couple hours. And now we should be able to sleep about 9. Let's back out of this first. Let's get the water back up. And then we can sleep about 9 hours, and that should put us to about dawn. Again, we're very much manipulating the day-night tired cycle thing. Destroying that bed. Make it go away. All right, let's pick up our bed out of the container. Let's deploy this bad boy. Oh my God, this is cool. I've never done this. That's actually pretty damn flush for our first try. Is it centered? No. Not quite centered yet. All right, we're almost there. Yo, let's go. That's sick. We have one other thing to do here, and that's to move this just down here for right now, because it doesn't belong there. That is the beginning of our bedroom, and I don't like how that's got to be a shadow, right? Coming out of the skylight or something, that's got to be a shadow. But that's pretty dead center over the moose thing. That looks so good. And somehow we have purple pillows. Oh, that is so good. All right, let's get ready for travel. By dropping any other wood that we have. We just don't need it. And then let's look at our stuff. Wow. Let's repair. Why did we take a beating? Is it because we were just out and about? Wow, what happened here? Oh, you know what? I know what that is. It's because the one wolf got us when we said, hey, the wolf's gonna get us. But we're good now. And we're at 28C. I'm not gonna repair 2 cloth for 12%. It's not gonna happen. So we're gonna kind of be here for right now, I think. Mending 2. We're doing things, man. Like, this is great. This is our home. We have crafting. We're going to move that crafting. It's got to go somewhere else. It's probably going to go back where it was over here. And that way we can put the stuff around it, and that gives plenty of room for the ropes. But we've got our streaming set up over here. We just have to find a chair. We just have to find a chair. That needs to happen. We did pick up a couple of things that we should probably put away. Like that. That's going to go in certain places. But we did it, guys. We actually did it. We are more advanced this try than we have been in any other try. And I'm very happy about that. I'm extremely happy about that. I think the monitor speakers can probably go on the desk. Make it look like a full stream setup. Wow. We do need a chair, though. We got to have a nice chair. Not a wooden one, like one of the metal ones. We'll pick it up when we find it, and we'll bring it home. But that's our gaming setup in the corner. A little bit of storage. It's all going to get better as time goes on. I can't believe we've got that bed. It's still not completely centered. It's really close, though. It's really close. But I can tell, based on this, which is dead center on... Is it? It's not. That is not. It actually goes to that side right there a little bit. So I think the bed is basically on dead center. And we'll put storage up there and, you know, little tables and things like that we can set things on. It's going to be fucking dope. It's going to be fucking dope. We have accomplished a lot this weekend. And we did it on the new rig. Give me a second. I'm going to grab one more beer. We're just going to talk about this for a second. Give me one moment. Never in my wildest dreams did I think we would actually be this far along on weekend 1. And again, for anybody that's watching and doesn't know, this is the ropes of the Long Dark. This isn't a dedicated survival save so much as it is an experiment in efficiency. And how many ropes can you bring back to one place? The easy answer is 72, because we've done that before. But we didn't document it, and anybody could say it was fake, and I don't like that. I like knowing that we did things legit, and that's kind of what we're doing here, is making sure things are legit. Every second of this run will be streamed. It's only going to happen on the weekends, or maybe a weeknight if we don't get through everything for a particular region on the weekend. There might be a weeknight but that VOD will be available for you to watch. Every rope that comes back here will be visible. There will be no doubt that we did this. It's not that anybody even doubted we did it before. I just don't want to leave there to be room for that discussion. I'm being very maniacal about that, as it were. But mostly we're just here to have fun. And we're just here to enjoy the game and do something that nobody else has really ever done before. And then see how many ropes we can get back here to the Kingdom Community Center. Right now we're at 1. And we did that on purpose. Because we knew that rope was going to be there. We knew where a bunch of ropes were going to be. But we're not really in the mode to get ready for ropes just yet. We are going to have one more weekend of streams where it's just setting up. And I don't know yet if it's going to be a weeknight stream or 2 trying to get the final Settle and Tails done. It might end up being that way. We're going to go to the Far Territories next weekend, get the camera, and we're going to get the radio, the AV receiver, so that we can do Signal Void. And then we're going to go to Coastal Highway, sorry. And we're going to do Settle and Tails, which means we need to trigger that at some point here, but I would rather have spent the Aurora that we currently had, which was last night. It woke us up to try to do that. We said, no, we'll craft. And that's how we got the bed. We still would have got the bed. It just wouldn't have been that fast. As I reach for my peach mango, I just want to say thank you to everybody that has supported and been around and enjoyed this. Playing video games weirdly is kind of an odd thing. Some people get it, some people don't. I'm not an interloper player, and I have nothing but respect for those guys. I respect them. Do I think I could probably play interloper if I wanted to? Yeah, I probably could. But I don't enjoy that as much as doing these weird narratives that I come up with. And that's what gaming should be. It's an escape, right? Like, everybody needs a little time away from real life and everything else. And that's what this is for me. And hopefully this can be that for you guys too. This run is going to be so much fun. It's sick just how much fun I think it's going to be. The other thing that we haven't even talked about is this run could end anytime. We could die. This is permadeath. Like, it's not a guarantee that we get all these ropes. We could fall off a goat. We could try to goat somewhere where you just can't, and there's like an invisible death wall. It could happen. It could happen. And the run's just over at that point. And I'm not sure that I'm going to get back into the ropes at that point, because there's so much work that goes into setting it up. This is our 3rd restart. And the first restart was more about me. The second restart was more about, we got the new rig and we lost some footage. And I didn't want to do it. The first one had some issues tech-wise, but we could have worked around it. But we restarted, had a pretty good start. And then I got a new computer. And I'm super thankful to have the new computer. But we did lose some footage, and I don't want to do this half-ass. So if you guys are into that, and you're into like watching all of this go down, even sometimes, subscribe, hit the bell. It's free. All of it's free. I don't ask people for money. These streams should be ad-free. I do have super chats turned on for anybody that would like to support, but I don't care. It's not about the money to me. It's never been about the money. It's about doing cool shit and having fun. Just hanging out with people. There is the peach mango. Yes. Pardon me. So cheers to you guys. Oh. Wow. That went a little harder than I expected. So thank you to you guys that have been around. And thank you to the new people that are kind of checking it out. If it's not for you, that's great. I'm glad you spent some time kind of hanging out and watching. But we're trying to do something nobody else has done before in this game. For all the really good content that's out there in the Long Dark, nobody has ever tried this before. And for the life of me, I don't know why. I really don't know why. Somebody could probably do it better than me, and that's fine. But this is my take on it. And I can't wait to make the videos because the videos are about to start getting a lot different for me. I like the tutorial stuff, but I need to branch out and really push what I can do and have fun with it. That's what makes editing and videos fun to me, is trying new shit. And even if it's not super popular, I don't care. I have a job. I'm fine. It's nice to make a little bit of money on the side. And I wouldn't mind if we had a bigger kingdom. But the kingdom is... the reason the kingdom exists is because I wanted to make a barbecue team where the food was fit for a king, but made for a kingdom. And I wanted to show people how to do that. And then we had the house fire, and then it got even harder. And we still persevered and pushed through and bought new cameras, and we bought all the food, and we made the videos, and we got the software. Like, we did all of this stuff. And it's just for me. It's just for fun. I will never ask anybody for a dime. I won't say no if you want to support, but I will never ask anybody for a dime. Gaming and this kind of thing should be beautiful. I'm happy going to work. I'm happy coming home and having something that I enjoy doing to do. And that's good enough for me. So I can't believe we got this far this weekend. Holy shit. It's getting fairly late. But like, holy shit. We started super late tonight too. We've only been going for 6 hours, 5 hours. Usually it'd be a 6 or a 7 hour stream. Maybe 8, depending on if I'm having beer or not. That usually ranks in there. By about the 7th hour, I've probably consumed more than I should. But that's only going to be on Fridays. Saturdays. Let's start a fire. And let's move this for now, just somewhere over here. I'm going to give you guys a nice ambient look at the first rope. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to sign off for tonight. But again, thank you to everybody that's given this a shot. I'm glad to be back on YouTube as well. With streaming anyway. I've always been on YouTube with the videos, but with streaming, if anybody gets ads, unless you're watching the VOD, okay, I want to be clear about this. Actually, we're going to do this. Here we go. Let me back off real quick. To give you guys a nice cinematic of that first rope. And I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. BRB. How do I keep hitting the wrong slider? Okay, so again, the thing here is we're trying to do something unique, and we're gonna have fun with it. Again, if you hit the subscribe button, it doesn't cost anything. And then hit the bell. It'll let you know when we're doing these streams. But I will tell you that these streams are gonna happen, follow or not. Typically 6 p.m. Central Time, Saturdays and Sundays. This is barring that I have to work a Saturday, which hasn't happened in a while, but it can happen at any time based on needs. It shouldn't happen for at least the next month, though, because we're getting ready to go into a shutdown. I work in production. We're getting ready to go into a shutdown for maintenance and that kind of thing. So we're gonna have a couple of weeks off in the first weeks of August, and we're gonna make the most of that. We're not gonna be streaming this during that, but we're gonna be doing some other things, some other videos. No Man's Sky, I've got a video. I might make a Dune Awakening video during that time, because I've got time to come in and get the footage. So we'll see how that goes. I said I wouldn't make more of those, but the guys have asked me to come back in and play, and I want to, because they said everything is so much better now than it was. And I guess we'll have to wait and see on that. But same goes for Conan. I've actually goofed off in Conan a little bit, and I'm already at like level 20. Because there's a way to kind of level up fast if you want to. If you want to. So we may go in and look at that new enhanced version of that game. And of course, we've been talking about playing Titanfall 2 for a while. There's going to be regions that we get done on Saturday. And we're going to need something to do for Sunday. And we might just go play a different game. We might go finish up episode 2 of Half-Life 2. We might play Titanfall, might play BioShock. I currently have all of those games on my list that I want to play that I've never played. And even though they're games that I'm not going to be great at, I still want to go play them and experience them. Because in the end, isn't that what it's about, is experiencing, I shouldn't say it this way, but like the vision that a developer had. These days, the visions are just wrong most of the time. They don't understand you're going to lose players because of it. Like, you're trying to appeal to a PvE type, and I'm talking about Dune here. You're trying to appeal to the PvE player that wants to come in and farm and kind of be the backbone of a guild, right? Like, you want to be that provider that brings all these things in, is helping all these people go out and do the PvP, but you don't want that. And they didn't make it where you could do that. You still had to PvP to get those resources. Even though you were dedicated, you had to have cover and everything else. And now it's not that way. And it shouldn't have been that way from the beginning. But their vision said they wanted the lamb to lamb to wolf scenario, to where it's literally people that don't want to fight getting thrown into situations with people that just want to kill everything. And that's a recipe for not doing well, in my opinion. And Dune did that for a long time. And then they started backing off of it, and then they got back into it, and then they backed off of it, and they got back into it, and then they backed off of it. And I finally had enough and said, I can't do it anymore. I just can't. And it's a fine game. And now I can go and actually do the farming. So I may make a video where I go out and get myself geared up. But I'll probably have a little help from my friends. Because, again, I like doing shit. I like having fun. Another thing that's going to be coming fairly soon as we kind of do this fireside chat for a minute. I believe we're going to create a fictional restaurant. Think about this for a minute. We're going to create a fictional restaurant where we don't just talk about the food. We talk about the numbers and the game behind all of it. And I'm going to bring on people that have been in the business in most cases 20 plus years, that know their shit, just like I know my shit. And we're going to have discussions about location. We're going to have discussions about menu. We're going to have discussions about service style. How people get food from the window. Is there an expo? Is there not an expo? Like all of these things. What do we stock at the bar? What kind of bar do we have? Is it this new age bar where we're doing smoked Manhattans? Or is it an old school bar where you get a gin and tonic and you're happy? Or a draft beer with your meal? How does that fit the food you're serving? These are all things that these people are completely qualified to talk about. And I want to have these conversations because I think in short doses, this could be a fun thing to sit and talk about. And I think people might appreciate, especially this day and age when it's hard to go out and justify spending the kind of money that most restaurants are saying, hey, you got to spend. But a lot of people don't understand how much money there is behind the scenes of restaurants either, with the overhead. That's rent, equipment, staff, like all of it's really expensive. Food cost it's one of the few places in restaurants that you can kind of sort of get back in black, but you can't if you don't order correctly. And these are the conversations I want to have with these guys. And I think that's going to be a fun series. I think it's going to be a really fun series. I need a name for that restaurant, though. I need a name. It's just fictional. It's never going to happen. And it's probably going to be a barbecue restaurant. Basically, the premise is I'm the executive chef. And these people are coming in as my GM / Sue / co-executive, right? And this is the discussions we're going to have. I may not always be right. And I think that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Because I don't think I'll ever have to eat shit. But I'm going to have to understand that I can't just get my pie in the sky. Like, it's never just going to be that way. There are other things that have to be considered. So, yeah, good series. I want to make a No Man's Sky video, but fuck, the game will not load right now. It just keeps jumping all over the place. It's super framey. It's the only game that I have currently downloaded that has done that. I was thinking about going in and making hey, I got a new computer, I wanted to try Ark video. Because I've always wanted to play it and just go in and see if it's a good or a bad experience. That seems like fun. Not necessarily getting into it hardcore, but, spending a few days getting to know the game. Because the premise of Ark is great. It's great. You go in, you tame dinos. It's a PvP game, but you can get on a PvE server and you're fine. And nobody can fuck with you. And you go in, you make your base, and you have your dinos, and all of that's fun. And you can even make some friends along the way. So I've kind of always wanted to do that with the new rig. Of course, we're going to be using the model a lot more in the new rig. We're not using it for this series so much because I want really clean footage here. So I can I could always go back in with the model over the top of this and cut out my voice and just do a new voiceover if I wanted to. Which is why we're kind of doing it this way. So I don't know. There's some exciting shit coming up, at least for me. It keeps me going. I haven't made a video in like a month. Probably over a month at this point. I've got food content coming soon. Trust me, it's coming. I have no excuses anymore. I bought things in the order I bought things for the reason that I bought them in the order I bought them for. And I have no more excuses. Because we're at the point where I either start using the shit that I bought or I was just bullshitting the whole time. And I don't think I'm bullshitting. I wish I could do a raid. I wish there was raids in YouTube. Let's go to the end screen. We're going to call it a night here. We got the bed, man. We got the bed. Let's go over here and come in and out of the outside door. Probably ought to pick up another couple of steaks. And should probably drop this other shit too. For later. Pardon me. I don't care about the fat. I know there's things you can do with it, but I don't care. Okay. That will despawn eventually. And there it is, the end of the fire. And that's about right. Let's go to the end screen. There's the model. I'm going to go back outside. I'm just picking up a couple pieces of meat. We didn't do that. Perfect. You can probably hear it through the desktop. All right, now we're stopping. We're gonna hit there. We're gonna quit and confirm. I need to tune this model pretty bad. My red right eye. It looks pretty lazy. I need to figure that out. I think part of that's the glasses. We may need to blast light at us, which is not going to be great, but in short bursts I can deal with it. In a long stream I couldn't possibly deal with it. But tonight was fun. We got way further than I thought. We got all the way to Goldmine. We started in Timberwolf. We went straight to Goldmine. Well, we went straight to Foreman's Retreat, and then we went to Goldmine. And then we got out of there. And then we went to Summit. And we got geared up we're geared to the nines right now. We're in good shape. We're in really good shape. We came back home. We made the workbenches. We made our first real bed inside of the update that we've never really played, which should be the update that I really like, is the way you can craft things and make things look cool. And we're going to be doing that in this save, but the main part of this save is the ropes. But again, before we can really go and do a region for the ropes, I need to make sure that I have the availability to do the signal void, because I can't rule out finding something weird there. And I don't know on Sutherland because I've never played it. I've been told there's no ropes there, but we've never tried it. And we just need to get out of the way. And then from there, I think the third weekend is going to be just ropes, ropes, ropes. Pick a region, go. And I think that's just how it's going to go for the rest of the way. Like, give me these couple of weeks to make sure that we're happy with how we're set up. I don't want to get somewhere later and be like, damn, I wish we'd done that. And I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair. But you guys decide. Leave me a comment. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight, by the way. And last night. This has been a blast. It's good to be back on YouTube. I'm happy to be streaming here again. Please let me know. If you're watching the VOD, please don't do this. But if you were live, I guess it wouldn't matter, because that's going to be a VOD thing. I want to know about the ads. I want to make sure that nobody's getting ads. Because the live should be demonetized. The VOD will be monetized. Because it's kind of the way videos work. And then my normal videos will be monetized because that's the way videos work. But I wanted to keep the live a free experience for everybody. I don't want you guys getting pulled away with ads. That's my idea. At any rate, have a good night, guys. Thank you so much for joining. I will see you Saturday with... We got to go all the way to the far territory. We got to go all the way to the far freaking territory. No, not sad. Not sad. Not sad. Is it confused? No, it's angry. No. What? That's the one. We're going to do this. It's still trying to tweak my right eye. It's so... I'll figure this out, boys. I'll figure it out. I can end that. Till next time, 6 p.m. Central Saturday. We're going to be going to far territories and then back and trying to do Sutherland Tales. And then from there, it's all about a region a week. We're going to try to get ropes home. And I think the first couple of weeks are going to be really far regions away so that we can kind of consolidate it and save a little time on the back end. We'll see. But until then, guys, thank you so much for watching. I will see you soon. Bye.